Hey everyone, just doing the usual, get everything ready. As is always the case, feel free to, jump ahead a bit. If you're finding this in the future. Or hang out and wait. That's fine too. Yes, yes. Shouldn't take me too long. Probably. I suppose things could go haywire. Wouldn't be the first time. Probably wouldn't be the last either. Yes. That's set up, and then I just need to post the link in all the chats, and then I'm good to get to work. And there is much work to do, yes. Yes, indeed. What a terrible starting track. I'm like falling asleep at this track. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Don't mind me, I'm just pinning some chat messages. The usual. OBS. Going good? You learned something yesterday? What'd you learn? But me with a C++ project? I mean, isn't that me just deciding that I've lost the will to live? Is that not how I have a C++ project? Like, it's the only way that happens, right? What'd you learn? Visualization tool in Unreal and is stuck. Just disable live coding, data purposes? Ah. Something else told me to disable live coding at one point. I don't know what it was, but I remember hearing that. Disable live coding, because I don't even know what live coding is. I don't know what it does. I'm sure it does something. It's default enabled, but I don't know what it is. Got to make some serious changes to the game here. The most serious changes. Yeah. Always appreciate the lurk. Hopefully that new job is treating you well. I have to do all new tarot abilities. I've refined most of them down quite a bit. Yes. 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 We're just gonna go ahead and eliminate this whole multiple button thingy. It's weird. I have a better plan that will probably work out, hopefully better. If it works out worse, then no one saw anything. I guess the middle mouse button doesn't have to do anything at this point. What would I like the middle mouse button to be? Because I mean, I have jump and dodge, but I don't really want the middle mouse button to be any of those. Maybe nothing. Maybe it just doesn't exist. That's weird. Kind of hate it, but here we are. You gotta retool this whole thing to work around one button. And in its hero mode. Treating you well? Working from home right now. My stomach is sick and it's sick with the concentrate. I come home, so if I ever have to go. Yeah, that is always good. You gotta work. Sick at home is better than sick at work. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes. I guess I reworked the world first. I need this, right? Where do you set up Blix over here? Hopefully you feel better quickly, though. Ain't nobody want to be sick. I guess I just eliminate this because I'm no longer having a special outfit for the world so much. It's just you get to use tarot mode the whole time. So if I eliminate that, that's fine too. Follow. So early in the stream? Oh, thanks for the follow, Stormrun. How's it going? You're just in time to see me tear apart my entire ability system and replace it with a more streamlined version. I came to my senses and replaced my 66 abilities with less of them. I'm just like, yeah, 66 abilities. That'll be easy to fit into a game. Spoiler, it wasn't easy to fit into a game. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean, whatever I was smoking, it was the good stuff, but I didn't bring enough to share with the class. Sorry. I'm giving her essentially like a super mode. Pretty much, Caesar. Pretty much. Well, like, I foolishly thought, oh, I'm gonna have 3 abilities for each tarot card of each of the major arcana. There are 22 cards in the major arcana of the tarot. That makes 66 abilities. That's a lot. There's only somewhere between like 90 and 100 rooms in this entire building. Which means, you know, 2/3 of them you would get a new ability. On top of every other collectible in the game, 2/3 of the rooms you'd have to have a whole new ability, let alone like making content for those abilities. That would just be getting the abilities. That's a lot. I remember I had one ability, the Emperor, and it gives you immunity to water so you can swim through it and everything, and you get it and there'd be like one time you used it. You spent like most of chapter 2 getting it and one time using it. I was like, this is lame. Like, this much effort and you don't even get to use the ability other than one time? Like, let me fix that. And after a while, some of the abilities seem kind of very similar, and it's like, well, this isn't that different than this one. And how am I going to balance 66 abilities, especially when they're all fairly unique ones? Yeah, we're not doing that. No. Just no. Just no. No. Nah. Nah. So now I'm eliminating this whole extra thing here. Tearing my code apart. Honestly, this thing here just adds a tag. This is literally just a tag. I forgot I added a queue event for this to make it work. Yeah, now I'm just giving her like a tarot form. And in that, yeah, all the other tarot cards gain abilities. Otherwise, she just has one ability for each of the tarot cards. So, should load her little tarot thingy. I just took the other outfit I had and used it, so. And it doesn't do anything specific other than cost curse to be in it, but, well, it's supposed to cost curse. Right now it's costing sandy for some reason. Good to know, it's not supposed to be. But I want to set up so when the world is active, it doesn't have a cost. It looks like it's trying to do a cost, maybe? Okay. Oh, there's a cost to switch, it looks like. Did I impose a cost to switch? I think I did. Yeah, it's going pretty good. I had to double check, you know. Hey, Ponton. I'm breaking things. I streamlined all my tarot abilities, now I gotta go through and program them all in. That's the plan. Streamlined them down to one and then like a tarot form that activates like super versions of stuff. Well, it's running. Yes. Basically the good times, yes. Yes. Yep. That's what I tell people. But half the time I think I'm just breaking stuff because it's fun to break stuff. And I do it under the guise of game dev, you know, so I can pretend like I'm actually, you know, doing something useful and not just breaking things. Right now I'm just stripping out a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be there anymore because of how I'm restructuring things. In theory, this code should already be here. There's no actual way to turn off the world, though. Do I want to turn off the world ever? Yeah. I just had those 66 tarot abilities, and I've reversed it down to... reduced it down to 22, and then a bunch of abilities that change if you're in the little tarot form. Just... and some things that are just on all the time if you're in that form, but there's just a cost to that. So like the Hierophant ability is on all the time, but I'll have the Hierophant be able to trade sanity for health as its other ability. Something's got different changes, like, you know, the Empress places mushrooms on the ground that, you know, heal or grow and shrink plants, but if you're in the little tarot form, it throws them instead, and they also deal damage instead. Those kinds of things to make it more interesting. So there's gonna be a bunch of changing as I go through and fix it. I think there's like 3 ones I don't like. But for the most part, most of them seem like they work pretty well. And then I only have to worry about giving out 22 of these. There's still, you know, the other cards in the tarot hiding around. There's just 56 normal ones in there. Friendly progress in your day job's task project? Oh, nice. Progress is always good. What sort of progress did you make? If you want to talk about it. You don't understand. Guess I'm just gonna go down the list here and do each one. That is not what I was looking to do. Thank you for that. Looks like I was in the middle of refactoring some other code, never finished. Android address the repository, having over 100 vulnerabilities due to outdated third-party packaging module? Nah. You can just work at Microsoft at that point, then you don't have to worry about vulnerabilities at all. Only 0 vulnerabilities, while still compiling file with no warnings. Nice, nice. I suppose that's acceptable. Yes. I guess. Suppose. You'll never get a job at Microsoft doing things like that. Making things work. Weird. Guess I'm gonna ghetto this real fast. Yeah. I'm just joking about how bad Microsoft is. All their Windows 11 crap. I don't think anyone dreams of a job at Microsoft. Not really. If you do, wow. Huh. I don't know what to say about that. For not to think about it, there's people in this world who scare me. Still win 10? Nice. Mosquito or something? Where does it come from? It's been cold out. Yeah, I'm staying on Windows 10 until it's no longer viable, and then I'm switching to Linux. That's my opinion on Windows 11. I'm literally just gonna switch to Linux. I know it's a problem, and Linux has a lot of issues that I don't want to deal with, but hear me out. Can you do, you know? It's just, eh. I have to go to this thing here. Next coworker is Microsoft. He's one add tabs for it and Notepad now. I see. Man, I don't even keep up on anything that they do in Windows 11. I had to fix someone's computer with Windows 11, and we did it by putting Windows 10 on it. By we, I mean me. That's the extent of the amount of effort I wish to put into Windows 11. It was real bad. Real bad. Maybe the worst. Maybe the worst. I got the very end editing for this already built in to save time. So I'm going to start this loop if it's equipped. I have to use 111 for day jobs up, Tom. First PC still in. Man, that sucks. You got to use 11. I remember when people wanted their computers to function. This is a weird time, really. A dark time, if you will. Yes. A dark time, yes. That's a quick mosquito. I missed it 3 times. Usually I don't miss mosquitoes, but little jerks making my life hard. He's one. I said, why is it to function? It's modest since Win 3.1. They just used it to not functioning. Yeah, well, you know. It's been a while since Windows has functioned, so. Just saying, it's a little weird. A little weird indeed. How did I put this? Oops. I didn't think about how I would actually need this. I should switch on weapon name. I just want to add this somewhere else too, but maybe not. For now, we'll just do this and then default it over here so this way. It should, in theory, work. Hey, Matt. It's pretty good. I'm breaking things, redoing all my tarot abilities to be much more refined so that I can get them done some year. Yes. People misspell it all the time. It's pretty funny. I'm used to it. Yeah, a lot of people do. Haha, it does work. Sorta. It shouldn't be big. You know, she should be only in tarot mode. So it actually did it in reverse. Damn. Well, at least I have it backwards. That's fun. It's supposed to grow large when in this mode and, you know, be small when in this mode. But hey, you know. Having time makes you do it correctly? It's fair. There are those of us who like to bring a little evil into the world, and thus we like to write the word a lot more. Those of us with a fascination for those who dislike the status quo, if you will. Yes. The ones who make the stories really happen. Yes. Yes. This is really backwards? Huh. Money ass crap. I left a bunch of garbage here because I couldn't decide which way I want to do my abilities. Times have changed, though. We live in an exciting new world where I don't have 9 million thingies. Yeah, you just need to make more stories about evil people, and you'll write the word more often. Oh. I know I'm missing. I mean, hey, no, it works. As long as I get the hot chick at the end. People have permission to make all kinds of fanfics about me. Dicks always dig bad boys, just saying. I've heard the name. I don't think I've actually seen it. I only remember it if I do. I know I've heard the name though. You call it ghost form, whatever. I'm not changing it. I don't feel like it. I gotta do this delay. I guess 1 second's fine delay on that, and then just for this here, just in case. I don't want it running all the time. Hey, Asmo Colors 32. Tauragazi. I don't know what this means, but cool. Two-part miniseries made by Joss Whedon, starring Neil Patrick Harris, Nathan Fillion, and Felicia Day. Pretty sure it's just free watching you. Huh. I recognize those 3 names. What is this awful track? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and find this foul track and then delete it off the world. Well, there we go. I'm deleting the bad tracks now, so I don't have to hear them ever again. I'll have to look it up though. Maybe I'll add it to my list of things. Director, horrible, sing-along blog. Okay, well, YouTube knows who you're talking about. Think I'll like it? Alright, alright. Fair. Cannot find function. Oh yeah. I think I can just delete those off the world. I don't need them anymore. I've evolved beyond them to a higher plane of nah, I'm good goodness. I don't even know if I'm gonna do the middle mouse button anymore. I do like stories about villains quite a bit. You ever watch for nostalgia? I watched a bunch when it came out and listened to the others. Well, it is free. You might as well, right? Yeah. Ah. I guess it is a sing-along blog, so I shouldn't be surprised that it's loaded down with a bunch of music, right? Oh. Yeah, I guess I didn't technically delete these. I just deleted the reference right there. But I am going to delete them off this world because they are trash. I want my game to be finished some year. Lately I've heard a lot more musical things. After all, I sat through Has Been Hotel. That's like a musical. And K-pop Demon Hunters. Both of which weren't too bad. Surprising, I'm not usually a musical fan, but... I was drinking during both, so feel free to Take that to mean what you will on the quality of the things. Hearing a musical once, twice. What musical? That's awesome. Hey, Super Mario goes. Huh? It didn't grow big. Oh, I guess it did. There we go. Now it's huge. I guess it takes a moment to shrink back down, or did it? Hmm. Until one stage? Nice, nice. What's this whole life outside of game dev thing? I don't understand. It's so weird, this life outside of game dev thing. I don't understand. Where is it even doing this animation? I'm just gonna delete this out of there. Don't need it. I do need to set looks though. Do I? I think it's already on there, so maybe I don't have to set the things there. Oh, this is just morph targets. Sure. This one's Peanuts one. Your good man Charlie Brown. Our Schrodinger plays the piano. Oh, nice. Another stage musical was once. It's about a burger truck called The White Lady. And the film was for a 48-hour film festival. I was the lead. I can't remember that name. Like Ticket of Fate or something like that. Never really liked me in musicals. They just wanted their body to look impressive. The other one, they wanted me to lip sync, huh? I have to call a speed punk singer, so that tracks. Huh. Imagine casting someone in a musical and not wanting them to sing. That's weird. Like, why would you do that? You'd think there would be like a prerequisite for hiring such a person. It's like, oh yeah. You're in the choir? Okay. I don't get it at all. That's just weird. It's weird. I don't like it. No sir, I don't like it. Hiring people who don't actually sing. Or you don't want to sing. That's cool though, that you were in the that you got to be in all those. Did you do a lot of theater stuff, or was it just kind of a fun thing you did briefly? You still do theater stuff, I guess I should ask. Is there a break point where this is not working? No, Alex, I'm gonna... This first one, had a couple of some lines. Last one I didn't do it. Huh. Hey, G2B Game Boy, how's it going? I don't know if you have an ad break going or not, Matt. If, I guess I'll respond back to you whenever the ad break's over on Twitch. Play a song called Set It by Day Codes. Yeah, I don't really play random music because I also stream to YouTube and copyright infringement. So I'm kind of restricted on what I can play. Twitch says it has an ad for 45 more seconds. Apparently. $30 seconds. We will solve the mystery here. Make this one red so I keep track of it better. 5 seconds. Ah. Alright, so you're saying don't still do it, most of my jobs have been entertainment related? Huh, what other jobs you had? My degree, although comp science and theater and film and media and music and language type electives because of the degree. People actually use their electives, that's weird. What is that? Bachelor of Computing and Mathematical Sciences with a specialization in graphics and multimedia. And you've been in musicals. It's logical, don't worry about it. It's that's cool branching out like that. What's it like to do things besides game dev and go out and talk to people and stuff? I don't understand. Like, I stay inside my little box and pretend like I talk to people. Everyone could be fake for all I know, though. That's true. I might be talking to myself. It is just numbers and words on screens, so it could all be fake. It could be the Matrix. This is my very own little Truman Show, basically. I mean, hey, there's worse things, I guess. As long as I get to work on my game, does it really matter? Sure, false. True. True. It went giant sized. Just a little slow. Yeah, it's small again. It looks big, I think. Yeah. Just takes a moment to get all big. It needs to work its way up to being happy to see me. But I think the original size is not quite the actual original size. Like, it doesn't quite get to where it's supposed to be. Looks like it never goes back to the... Oh, there we go. It's just really slow. 10 tons of work in live entertainment, haunted houses, life modeling, fire dancing, stilt walking, storytelling, ocarina of magic, face painting, teaching children English. All my entertainment related jobs. Jesus. That's so many. How did you ever end up as a game dev after all that? Or I guess as a dev after all that. Since you don't just work on games. That just needs to be like a point 2 or something when this is equipped. Maybe when I enable ghost form I should actually do it and not just have this perpetual loop. Barwick a few times. Not bad, not bad. Man, all my jobs have been nerdy jobs. This is the only job I've ever had where I actually talk to people, like, you know, in any kind of live format. Well, I guess it's incorrect because I mean, like, you know, I do like, you know, trading and everything like that, and I would go visit people at shops and things, but it wasn't just talking to random people on the internet or anything like that, and in a more performative method. Because I did what, like data? Well, actually, I've been. So I worked at a video store. I've was an electrician's assistant. I did data entry, which is awful. I've done elder care, also awful. Web design. Then I did advertisements, designing for advertisements on the web. Then trading magic cards and selling them. I did it for like the last 8 years. Now game dev. We're trading magic cards being easily the most profitable that lot. Jesus. Why'd I ever stop doing that for this? I'm so dumb. Yeah, I should just do this at the end of this here instead of setting it up on the weapon. Your child project computers is born in 86 with a keyboard in hand, learned how to read via video games before school on the net when I was 6 and 92, pirating Mario from DOS newsgroups. Taught myself to code when I was 10, for tutorials were a thing by looking at code and just figuring it out. Taught me how to teach the class. I didn't meet anyone equal to me in computers until uni. Got rid of the sweet title. And second person loop that looked like wild job, which is yeah, sometimes getting that initial job experience is rough. The real secret to getting into any kind of industry is to know people. Make friends. Yes. Nepotism is truly key. For certain. Anyone who says different hasn't gotten a bunch of jobs through nepotism before. Like half the jobs I've ever gotten, I was just walked right into because I just knew someone. And they're just like, yeah, we like you, we're in. I'm like, thanks. The best strategy. The only strategy. Let's see, add tag here, do this. When adding tag, do switch on string. Actually, I'll just do sequence here. Just so I can immediately move on. Actually, let's sequence it this way just so it looks cleaner. That's all. Legit, still tough computers that most people only dream about. Remember that on paper? New Zealand has a weaker job market. Yeah, I can imagine so. Smaller countries, not connected, like, you know, via land to other countries. I should just, why did I just say island countries? Oh. Stronger social welfare, thank God. Yeah, it's fair. That is true. 5 million people is quite tiny. I live in California. 5 million people is quite tiny. Yes. Yes. Admittedly, I would like less people. More is not better. No one tell you different. More is not better. Yeah. Well, the good news is at least now you can do computer stuff over the internet. The only problem is so can everybody else. All those people in like third world countries where they can live off, you know, basically nothing. Will take a job for basically nothing. And those of us who live in countries where things actually cost money, ugh. The internet is so much worse for jobs. So much worse. I should equip this. Through that time, but I wasn't in the form first, so that's a problem. Yeah, it reduces in size kinda, but it's kind of slow about it. If at all. Didn't really reduce in size. I think I can get her 6 years, experience more. Compared to what you used to, it'll be like more organized chaos, I imagine. Yeah, California is definitely a dumpster fire. Full of a lot of not so great. Thankfully, I'm in the north portion of it where things are much better than the southern portion. I would have left the state if I was in the southern portion. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes. We do have forced fires fairly often. That's because people keep setting them. They've been a lot less the last couple years because they targeted a lot of people who were setting the fires, so that helps out a lot. Cost and mismanagement of, you know, firefighting funds and, you know, a lot of problems in the state, but maybe eventually they'll clean it up, probably by the time I leave it. Let's get like currently. Why do I get the feeling the name is wrong? Nothing wrong's taught me, only you can start forest fires, pretty much. A lot of the forest fires actually started by the fire department to prevent forest fires, and the others often just started by arsonists. Or morons, take your pick. I think if I live in the States, California is somewhere I'd like to seriously look at. I think it'd be happier in Seattle is the next one. Cali's got a lot of problems and it's very expensive. Seattle's also very expensive, it's just a cold version of very expensive. Northern California is nice. You get all the nature and everything like that. You still have all the garbage happening in the south, which we still have to deal with, but overall, at least it's not like the worst. Oh, I see. It would be when I switch weapons, I would need to check, because the other one's not checking. Because I didn't enable... Well, if I had it equipped here, and I switch, it should check. Never mind, that should be fine. So yeah, it's all this size here, and then you activate this. It grows huge, sure. Doesn't grow back to the right size, though, which is interesting. Turn it off. Yeah, it never swings back. See how it's closer to Canada and escape quickly if needed? See how it's better nature in California? I don't know if that's true, because we have every single possible biome in California, whereas Seattle does not have every biome. Chat there real quick. Let's see here. You know, a news story in a small town in New Zealand. The fire department was arsoning houses to look quoting a new fire engine. Sounds about right. Corruption is everywhere. Yeah, well, we just have option for everything. But we have all the same forested areas that they do too. Only we have the sequoia redwoods that they don't even have. So we've had better trees than them too. Just to mock them a little more. Not every portion of Cali is, you know, like that. We have, like, you know, the Sierra Nevada mountain range. There's almost no sun there. Same thing with all the temperate rainforest areas. There's not a lot of sun there because the trees are so tall it just blocks the sun. Yes. Yes, we do. Where is it? This the one? You have Canadian citizenship. It's the best place to Canada. That's fair. Fair indeed. Let me find pictures of this park. This place is great. It's called Sequoia and Kings Canyon. Is that what it's really called? Everywhere's a better local government than California. So, we have the Sequoia Redwoods. Let's see, those aren't them. Those are wimpy little crap trees and nobody cares. What's this crap? Go nearby them. There we go. Go stand by these things. Look at these monsters. Like I say, we have better trees than them. No, those little wimpy trees. Them's a real tree right there. He sure likes his General Sherman. Show me trees, you idiots. He really likes General Sherman. I mean, the trees are huge. But... So we have the Sequoia Woods. He just really likes General Sherman. Well, I like General Sherman too, but not as much as you like General Sherman. Apparently. You can go find more. Yeah, they have Sequoia redwoods all over the place. These giant trees. They just dwarf other trees. They're not the literal tallest trees in the world, they're like the fattest trees in the world. I mean, these are the whitest trees in the world. These things are huge. Some of the ones you can drive cars through. I mean, they literally hold the record for the largest trees in the world. Not the tallest, there's some ones in the rainforest that are like, you know, 300 feet or something like that. Those are insane, but these can get to like 150 or something like that. 150 feet, they're huge. So, they're massive. They definitely dwarf other places' trees. Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks is what it's called. In case you want to see the world record, fattest trees in the world. These aren't coastal redwoods. These are the sequoia redwoods. Look up sequoia redwoods. Those are little dinky trees that you're talking about. I mean, some of them are kind of okay, but these things are huge. Oh, I guess you were talking about this there. Yeah, I mean, some of them are like that, but there's also ones that are like, you know, wider than that too. Like I say, they hold the world record for it, so. Also, those trees are tiny because they're only 10 to 15. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, the giant sequoia thingies, that's them. They are huge. What am I missing on this problem here? I should probably set the super to not true the second this is not a thing. Also, I should check the size and accidentally it goes back to the right size. Oh, neat. I didn't realize they were there too. There you go. That's fair. The cool thing about California is we got that. We got, you know, ridiculously tall mountains, you know, that are thousands of feet up. And, you know, because we have the Sierra Nevada mountain range, we have Death Valley, we have the Central Valley area. I mean, we got all the sandy beaches. Basically, if you can name a biome, it exists here. Whether or not you want to go to those biomes is, of course, debatable. I don't like deserts, so I have no desire to go to a desert, but much of Northern California is very much wooded, but it's not particularly hot because all the trees kind of block all the sun, plus it's like higher elevation, whereas Southern California is quite hot. But it depends on where you're at, I guess. If you're out on the ocean, it might not be so hot because of the air from the ocean. That's fair. Yeah. Well, it's basically the Lord of the Rings there, right? That's how I view it. It's the Lord of the Rings there, because that's where they filmed the Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Where the hobbits live. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully that's a good, is it a movie or is it a TV show? I don't actually know. Probably a movie, knowing these people. I prefer a TV show than a movie, but better time to develop the characters. Alright. I hope it's good. Did not grow in size. Weapon, oh, okay, blank. That explains a lot. So the first one was blank. For a TV show, maybe Zelda one would flop. Yeah. Well, they made the Mario movie good, so maybe I got hopes, you know. At least the casting looks good. Well, for Link and Zelda. I actually haven't seen anyone else obviously cast for it, so they could all be trash for all I know, but they looked okay. Not ideal. I probably want just an overall weapon check here. Maybe he's going to alienate a bunch of people and Nintendo will be confused, blame the fact that Zelda rather than its live game edition. Maybe. The Cartoon Mario movie good. Live one and one. Yeah. I mean, you know, we'll see. I think they've learned their lesson since the original Mario thing. I think that they will come out much better than that. I think people will in general probably like it better, but they could screw it up. It's true. Yeah. I mean, I hope it's good. I don't ever want it to be bad. I'm not like a big Zelda fan or anything, but yeah. I mean, people like it as a cult classic. I wouldn't call it a good film. People like it. Some people, not that many, but there are. It's become a cult classic. I think because it was so awful that people found it charmingly ridiculously. Like, it had almost nothing to do with Mario. And that's probably how it became a cult classic. Or maybe it was its infamy that turned it into a cult classic. I don't know. It gained a lot of fame. I wouldn't call it a good film though, but I still enjoyed watching it even though it wasn't a good film. That's fair. It was definitely campy. I just don't think anyone would have heard about it all that much had it not been, you know, just lambasted by all sorts of people saying how bad it was. And then people would watch it going, oh, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. I think people just expected a lot more out of it because it has like nothing to do with the actual Mario franchise at all. And that was what threw people off. Like, I don't think it was an awful film, but it's not like a great film. It's just a dumb little campy film that had the wrong name. Like, it didn't want to be a Mario film. It hated being a Mario film, and it showed. Yeah. Well, that's because, you know, if it wasn't campy, then chances are it might already did well in the first place, and cult classics aren't usually films that did well in the first place. Because then it just becomes a classic, not a cult classic. Too high of a popularity. At the time, people didn't talk about it, saying it was bad, like since YouTube. The time it's popular being a Mario film. Now, a lot of people watched it, it just didn't do very well. Because people initially watched it and then they didn't like it because it wasn't like... It wasn't very Mario based. Yeah. And maybe Dragon Ball Evolution will become a cult classic. Jesus. Why? Huh. This code is... Spark's not really looking at it. I'm just kind of chatting instead of looking at it. Shouldn't be that hard to do. Find the weapon real fast. Economics Japanese franchise makes reveals? Yeah. Nope, demo, yeah. I mean, it might become a cult classic, maybe. If that's all it takes to make your life complete, I hope you get it. It seems seems such a small request. Small request indeed. Is that really the original weapon size? It's just huge. It should be like ones. Oh. The original is 2.8. What? Well, I should be saying relative scale. That might be part of the problem right there. Well, as far as it not being the right size. Guess these are adapt UK things. Culture close even humor isn't. Alright, fair. A lot of anime stuff's a little over the top for live action. It really just is. It's just they're not trying to be live action, and it translates so poorly. Sometimes they match it up. Like I enjoyed the One Piece live action they did, but that's one of the few times I can actually say an anime live adaptation was actually good. Request shooting from the moon and doing it with life of this best. Well, yeah, stylization. It's just they're very cartoon character, and when you're that cartoon character, it's real weird when it's live action. Yes. Wait, what? Oh, I can't say I've heard of Golden Bat. It does not ring a bell. No, no. I could just loop this into one giant thing that checks for all of them. I probably have to, because it's going to have effects on a lot of things. And I think that that's going to pose some problems in the future, that if I don't do something about it, I'm going to regret it. Really? Pull this up here away from everything else. Alright, change that. Fair enough. You see the world's first superhero? He started to perform in the art called Kami Shiba. Paper plays, Maritime was 90 years ago. Mary Creator Commons this year. Oh. Wait for Dick Tracy, it's a couple years away. I'm so excited. Should definitely make some games or YouTube videos or something based on those. Or do what everyone seems to do, make a horror film based on things that become public domain. All those Disney properties that are getting turned into horror films. Oh, it's Terraform effects. And currently active ability is the one I really want. For sure. Or she would have, yeah. It's definitely a good thing to be, and even for game devs, it's just a good place to be. He says he picks a genre that's not a good place to be for a game dev. Now I need to loop these because I can just loop this here. That's true. This will save a lot of effort in the future. Make people scary things much easier than basically any other motion. Yep. Romance tricky for a game dev? Yes. You gotta really get people into the characters, and telling any kind of story that's super in-depth is kind of hard for smaller teams for certain. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of better tools now. still a lot easier to make something that doesn't have such a complicated story. I guess I'll just put the delay at the start. We'll do that for now. Even still, a game can make you feel fear. If moving the numbers is picking your romance characters to make you feel love. I mean, maybe. It's pretty hard to get the love emotion in anything, to be honest. And Catherine thought Check was good at expressing love. Date anything? It's a fun joke, but do I really love that toilet that much? I don't think I remember that Catherine game. Not very well. I think The Witcher 3 had some pretty good dialogue and everything like that. Though it was better making me hate Yennefer than anything else. I like Triss a lot. I don't know about love. Hate's an easier emotion to elicit for certain. I don't know, with enough alcohol, maybe the toilet is cute. It has everything you need at that moment, which is usually returning all the alcohol to the toilet. Yeah. It takes quality dialogue backed up by, you know, a quality scene attached to it too. I mean, it's much harder in this medium than, say, a book or something, because then you can just focus entirely on just the words. Here, yeah, like me conveying love in something like this would be really, really difficult. It's just not very easy to set that. It's just not built for it, to be honest. There's no two ways about it. It's just not built for it. I guess I'll leave this check here, though I'm not going to loop it, because I don't need to anymore. Because it's just going to keep doing it there, and if it doesn't have it enabled, it'll do that there. If this isn't equipped, it'll do that. Sure. Hope's much easier. Complex emotion? That's fair. You make them, like, you know, desperate for anything, and then give them that ray of, you know, chance and everything like that. I could see it. There's some dialogue in Expedition 33 that was pretty good. I could see it. Make someone feel horny. That's easy. Yeah, just put a bunch of sexy females in there. Usually enough. Yeah, I mean, I like looking at attractive females. It's fair. Yeah. Picture Poppy's making hammer and screaming bonk, and the word love comes out with a couple hearts. That's it. Yeah. Well, there is a Lover's Tarot. That does exist. You know what? From the image of love. I do like Poppet. She's pretty good. I spent a lot of time making various versions of her, and I can tell you, those early versions, they weren't very good. She got enough of an adorable thing. I mean, attractive? You know, I don't think she's ugly, but she's still a doll, and at the end of the day, well, she does have features that are, you know, feminine for certain. She's still a doll, so there'll never be that much attraction to her. That's one thing that kind of sucks with a female character. Like, you know, if I had an actual human character, I could have made her a lot more attractive, and that would have been beneficial, I'm sure, for the game's interest. Yes. But it would have also given a very different feel to the game. Though I could have just made her like, you know, a I could have turned this into an Alice in Wonderland if I wanted. You shrink back down? Doesn't really shrink back down, does it? Yeah, I mean, I'm slowly getting wish lists. I'm up to like 179 or something. The fact that my game isn't incredibly far along doesn't help. I mean, it's, you know, once I get these done, at least all the tarot abilities will finally be done. And I'm not just derping around with them forever. Like I've been doing, where you're like, so cool, and never gets done. So, that part would be nice. We kept it in there even though she's not in the form anymore. That's interesting. You wait for a creative commons series to get love like Wonderland and Oz, and fingers across for Cyberpunk 1010 Detective Missions. I could see doing a Wizard of Oz thing. I thought about including some Wizard of Oz style things in here, but it doesn't mesh that well with Alice in Wonderland style things. Not that this is very Alice in Wonderland in the first place. But, you know... maybe. Oh, time to make that Nancy Drew game that I've always dreamed of. Nah, I prefer to go with my own character, my own world. I don't really want to remake someone else's thing. That just doesn't sit so hot with me. Like, it just doesn't sound great. Like, it's fine, but... oh, I know. I'm dumb. This should actually do this here, like, because this will never trigger because this is already off, so it never triggers the thing to turn it off. So I shouldn't be doing that. I'm dumb. I'm making a new system and trying to marry all this crap together. Once this first system is set up, it'll be easy to add all the others. Oh god, horses in love. I swear there was a game about horses in love or something. It was some meme thing, and I'm just like... some YouTuber I watched made a video about it. I don't know who, but... why? Why? I got attention. Credit where credit is due. It got attention. I don't know if it was good attention, but it got attention. This is harder than imagining because remakes haven't been normalized. Easier to imagine making a Poppet Alice or like Oz game. Yeah. Well, there aren't that many Oz things. Oz is a lot rarer. Alice in Wonderland, though, oh my god, that has done a lot. Not as often as I'd like because, you know, I love Alice in Wonderland stuff, but you're right. It's just definitely like an archetype. Whereas Oz, it's less of an archetype. It's not as common. It does exist. But yeah. Much better. And now I only need one button to activate all these weird abilities instead of like holding a button to activate or whatever, and then you just get to bonk things with the giant hammer. Well, it drains your curse away. Mega bonk. Mega bonk. Ha 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 ha. Can you? Man, I can't think of any Oz ones at all. But I guess maybe I don't know a lot of them. You should list off some because I like Oz stuff. Like, I'll watch some. I mean, I watched Tin Man. That was sad that they canceled it because I enjoyed it. And I've obviously seen Oz Return to Oz, and I've seen Oz the Great and Powerful. But after that, I can't really name other Oz things. Not saying they don't exist, I just don't know what they are. But you should recommend me some, because I want more to watch. I'm desperate for things to watch, okay? Like, desperate. You know how crappy television is these days? Oh, take anything. That's not true. I won't take the television they put out there these days. Alright, that fixes this thing. Emerald City? I'm gonna make a list of everything you recommend. I mean, I like the Wizard of Oz. It's just, I never really like. Seems like there's just so many Alice in Wonderland things. I am an Alice in Wonderland fan, though. Let's be real here. I don't know why. When you factor in what it's actually about, I have no idea why I like Alice in Wonderland one bit, but I do. I just do. It is what it is. I totally do. It's weird that this is on the movement graph, and I kind of hate it. It doesn't need to be on the movement graph, though, does it? It's not a movement. Why are you down here? I think at one point I thought if it was going to be a movement thing, but then I didn't. I'm going to move this off this to somewhere else. Wizards of Oz? Sure. On the list it goes. Oh, fair enough. Like I say, I'm pretty down as long as you know it's an Oz thing, just because I like Oz stuff, so. It's like Oz stuff. I'm down. I guess this goes in the system graph. No, it goes in the tarot graph. This is tarot form. What am I, retarded? I picked the name deliberately because it's a play on words, by the way. Terraform. Sounds like terraform. I tried to watch the Wicked movies. Like I tried to watch the second Wicked movie. I didn't even know it was the second one, and it sucked. Like I got like 10 minutes in. I couldn't take it. It was terrible. I was like, what am I? What? Oh yeah, terraform. I do so love some funny little word play here. Terraform graph. Maybe it screamed really low quality. The music was terrible. I'm like, I was like ears bleeding terrible. I was like, what the? This is awful. I had no idea. I don't understand what they were smoking or why Howard ever got a second one, but like if you're gonna make a musical, hire people who can sing. It's so weird that it can't just refresh the node for me, you know? Right? Like, it knows it's there, but it doesn't click refresh automatically or try it. You think it would? Yeah, maybe I'll take a look at it. I mean, it is an Oz show. But I'm gonna write it on here like this, with this, like, you know, a sad face. Yeah. As a bit of rebellion, that's even an Oz show. God. This is actually one I'm going to be using a lot because I'm going to have to do those ones here. Yeah, I enjoyed Tin Man. So there aren't that many odd things I knew about there, but Tin Man was definitely one of them. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I thought about rewatching it because I don't remember it that well anymore at this point, but I mean, I might still rewatch it. I don't know. It's possible. All right, so these are good. We'll put a star by it to show that I've done that. On to the magician. I tried to watch Krypton, but it just, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Superman. I get that it's a traveler in a strange land story, but too many of his stories just devolve into the same, you know, handful of things. Yeah, that sounds more like it. So, you know, if DC just wanted to do the magic half of their universe, I would so be down. Like, you give me like a Constantine movie, or like, you know, or a show, and or like, you know, Zatanna or something like that, I'm super down. They never do these characters. Yes, I've seen the Constantine TV show. It was okay. It ends awkwardly. He's much better on Legends of Tomorrow, by the way, when he's on that show for like 3 seasons. They do. But when you compare it to the number of Superman things out there, there's not very much Constantine. It's kind of not. I suppose it's fair. I thought Legends was just a lot of fun. I liked all the weird characters on it. When they were doing the Constantine stuff. Before the Constantine stuff, it wasn't that great. And after the Constantine stuff, it was just utter dog shit. It was such trash. Horrible. Like, that show just... It went from, like, the awesome Bebo fight thingy to, like, or the hilarious Bebo fight thing to... They just got rid of every single male character and replaced them all with female knockoffs of them. It was stupid. True. Yeah, jumped off a cliff. It was a cool show for a while. There was a few seasons where I looked forward to Legends of Tomorrow. They fixed that problem. Same way they fixed The Flash and Arrow, where they started out strong and they ended with a whimper. Actually, they ended with me not watching the ending because they got so bad I couldn't handle it. I don't need this. Yeah, there was the mini-series where they were like they were sucking the emotions out of people to turn them into drugs. I remember that one. There really aren't actual TV shows of it. Alice in Borderland might be one. I don't know. I haven't watched it because it doesn't look very Alice to me, but it could be. Yeah. All right, I remember that one. Like, if there's an Alice thing, I usually will watch it automatically, assuming it even looks like an Alice thing. It doesn't have to be that... it can be pretty far off of an Alice thing, and it's usually good enough for me anyway. But... I don't think they've really done a lot of TV shows of it. They don't show up that often. Yeah, kind of to think of it, they are surprisingly rarer than I expected. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like the Oz ones are super common either, but they're really actually surprisingly rare. I have a hard time naming ones. TV show. Oh, okay, one of those. Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun. Okay, well, I guess there is a mini series apparently from '85. Just saying. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't really want to watch that one per se. I mean, I might still, but I don't know. That looks tough. Hard sell. Yeah. They're very rare. People don't tend to make much based on them. There's a Wikipedia version. Oh, look how many Alice in Wonderlands there are, though. Live action shorts, films. It doesn't... Okay, sure. Sure, a bunch of... They've basically just done Alice in Wonderland over and over and over and over and over with very little things in the world. So, like, they did a Through the Looking Glass, which they just called Alice in Wonderland, you know, and then they like, pictured, yeah, they did a Through the Looking Glass. So they've done those. Last Escape. I mean, that looks... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. But most of them just look like they did essentially... It's just an Alice one. Surrealist dark fantasy film. Oh, maybe there's some stuff there, maybe. This doesn't even have an article for it. Congratulations, that's wonderful. Alice in Wonderland, Malice in Wonderland. Maybe. Modern take. Okay, well, this is kind of a Wonderland knock. It's not in the same world. It's just a redone, a modernization, bizarre way. But to be fair, so was that sci-fi thing. This is one of the way making Alice and Amy. Yeah, they did. Well, I had a cool house. Huh. I guess I'll add that to my list. Wanda. Alice Through the Looking Glass. Alice in the Land of Wonders. A Land That Wonders. More stage adaptation, sure. Sure. There's a couple. Maybe I'll have to look up some of these and see if any of them are any good. But it really does look like they just kind of rehash Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. Mostly Alice in Wonderland, not really Through the Looking Glass. Huh. Alice in Murderland, low-budget horror film. I really wanted it to be the American McGee's version, right? Wonderland was a post-apocalyptic vault dweller meets the real-world animated series. Oh. My god, Fallout. Pretty cool for my taste. Yeah, I'm added to my list. Maybe I'll watch Alice in Murderland or something. There's actually a lot of Alice in Wonderland, but unfortunately it's just Alice in Wonderland that's been remade so many times. So many times. Holy crap. It's like every few years they make a new one. And I haven't heard of any of them. They must have been terrible. Just absolutely terrible. Huh. Once Upon a Time in Wonderland, maybe? I don't know, sure. Oh, Once Upon a Time. It's based off that series they did. Similar to Fallout in a sense. Fair, fair. We see Death Claws and Power Armor in Wonderland. That's all we want. I never got through Once Upon a Time. It kind of didn't seem very good. But if there's a Wonderland version of theirs, maybe that might be at least something unique. There's not a lot of unique going on, but they do have TV shows for it. So I'll have to look and see how many of them are actually not just Alice in Wonderland over and over and over and over and over and over. Oh, this one here, the Once Upon a Time Wonderland. You saw this one? I mean, to be fair, when you're a fan of like the thing, you put up with a lot of trash. You wouldn't. The normal people wouldn't want. Like, whenever I watch these things, I don't recommend them to people who aren't like fans of Alice in Wonderland. Like, it's really that simple. If you're a fan of Alice in Wonderland, yeah, sure, great. If you ain't that, I usually don't recommend very many Alice things to people, other than maybe Madness Returns, just because it's cool. But realistically speaking, I don't really recommend it like that, you know what I'm saying? It's just not that great. But this one should be hella easy. Blah blah blah. Where this? I'm too lazy. I'm copy pasting. Don't mind me. Okay. We're gonna call it Ghost Form because I'm too lazy to change it. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Actually, don't hate the game or the player. I'd be sad. Oh. Oh wait. Let's see. Is this connected from the main series? Pretty standalone. Okay. Is it about dimension hopping or something, which make a crossover? Okay. Years ago I saw that. I didn't even know it existed, but I mean, I'm intrigued enough to check it out. So I will take a look about that Once Upon a Time in Wonderland. I'm also desperate for things to watch because I'm down to. God, I'm down to some really bad things. I've been watching Warehouse 13. I want it to be so much cooler than it actually is. But I swear that show is like all the characters in it are like charisma voids. They're all like side characters that have somehow been given main character roles, and they're so uninteresting. But the concept behind the Warehouse 13 is interesting. But the execution is just not there. It's just not there. I want it to be there, and it's just. I'm like in the second season. I'm like, scrolling social media at the time to keep myself interested because it's so boring. Doing shopping something makes it a crossover. Yeah, years ago. That Quinn Page of Oz you're looking at for Alice. Alice definitely has a lot more done with it. Yeah. I'm not surprised, but it looked like they just redid Alice in Wonderland over and 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 over. And like they didn't bother to really do the rest of it, you know? Like you have the Patchwork Girl of Oz. This sounds, you know, like something completely different. Just Majesty the Scarecrow of Oz. Like this actually gets stories in the world. The other one's just Alice in Wonderland. This is Wizard of Oz a bunch of times. Sure. Wonderful Land of Oz, low budget film adaptation. Okay, basically the same. Journey Back to Oz. It's another movie. That's cool. The Wiz. Well, it looks. Who knows? Maybe, but yeah, it looks like they just kind of added a bunch of things. Like they've done stories in there, and Tom and Jerry in the Wizard of Oz. I mean, it's automatically good because Tom and Jerry, right? Not recommending it one way or another. Once I know Wonderland, it was okay. Sci-Fi Alice. Yeah, well, I've already seen Sci-Fi Alice, so you know. But like I said, I like Alice in Wonderland things more than I should. It's like steampunk. If you recommend a steampunk thing to me, I'm much more likely to watch it because I like steampunk, not because it's good. I admit that I like bad steampunk, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I just do. To be fair, it's hard to name a good steampunk if you want to get technical, but it's pretty hard. Yeah, referred to as a stranger in a strange land story. Ryan calls it Isekai, which I'm equivalent of the name of drama. Yeah. My usual problem with Isekai is often that they fail to develop the character. Like the concept of Isekai is not a problem to me. I can like Isekai. It's just too often animes just fail to make the character compelling. So then the world they're in doesn't matter to me. Or it becomes really hard to sell me on your world. Also, it's harder to adapt in that way because there's a disparate series of events and there's sort of, yeah. Where Oz is linear and stronger types, cast proper character development. Yeah, power fan. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, I've seen Vision. It's funny. Been a while. But I mean, like, the thing about Alice is it's literally just, you know, essentially a coming of age story of a girl trying to understand what it is to be an adult. And like it's always going to be some girl like, you know, well, I guess you could build it off of a guy if you want. It'd be a little weird, but you know, creating an imaginary world in order to solve mental trauma, which doesn't sound like it'd be that hard to turn into something, but then it tends to keep all the same trope characters from that. And then it becomes hard to not make it Alice in Wonderland. Like they put the Cheshire Cat or the White Rabbit. Pretty soon you have every character caterpillar, and it's now suddenly. Do you know what did a good version of Alice in Wonderland? I forgot about it. Watch season 9 of Ruby. They get sent to a fairy tale world that is their adaptation of Alice in Wonderland. And it's fire. It's great. It's one of the better Alice in Wonderlands I've seen. It's an entire season of it. and it's not connected enough to the rest of the world that you could watch it out of order and it wouldn't make a difference. Sense of Bookworm is really a masterpiece in storytelling from a living perspective. Underworld. Can't say I've actually seen that one. You know, the art style it gets better style along the way, but it doesn't completely eliminate the art style. Like, if you hate the art style completely, I mean, you know. But it is a fantastic Alice in Wonderland. They did a good job. And it's very much not Alice in Wonderland, but it very much is heavily inspired by it, with completely unique characters to it and everything. I mean, they do have a cat in there that's a very different type of cat, but they don't have a white rabbit like that. They have their very own weird creatures and things like that. It's different. It's Adventure Time had such a weird art style, and I thought it was for kids, so I didn't bother to watch it. People have said it's much better than I think, though, so that's probably fair. Like, I mean, it's probably true. I was going to go ahead and eliminate this thing here because I don't need it. Because it's entirely based on that now. I've simplified a lot of things, but I have to basically create a whole new system, and that's the issue. It's going to take me a moment to go through and change everything to adapt to the simpler, better system. Watch, I hate it after the fact. Oh, God. Let's not talk about that. Let's just not talk about that. Oh, this was a charge-up option that I was going to do? Yeah, screw that. I ain't doing that crap. We ain't charging nothing. 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 Yeah, I understand not liking something for an art style. There have definitely been shows where I can't watch it because the art style is so bad, or just, bad's the wrong term. It doesn't jive well with what I like. Now, there are some topics, like an Alice in Wonderland, that I'm willing to make exceptions. True. Like, if it was Adventure Time Alice in Wonderland, I'd probably watch it. True. But I wouldn't be happy about it. But I would watch it. Kibo and the Age of Wonder Beast? I can't say I've even heard of that one. Yeah, if you're not like a fan of Alice in Wonderland, like, I like everything Alice in Wonderland. I just do. So I don't recommend things, you know, in it, like, to people who don't like the Alice in Wonderland things, other than the Ruby one. The Ruby one's actually good. That is surprisingly good. But other than that one, I don't typically recommend most of them because I know they aren't good. Other than, like, oh yeah, Madness Returns. I like Madness Returns because it's just so cool. The story of Madness Returns is pretty good. The gameplay is okay. It's middling. It's an action platformer that's got a couple okay mechanics, but overall it's not like anything to write home about. But the visuals are fantastic because it's such an imaginative world. So that's, I get lost in the world. 20 years ago, sure, it would have been a reason to watch it. Fair. You know, I'm never too old to watch an Alice in Wonderland thing. I admit it. I'll always be a kid at heart. It's fine. That's how I make a world like this game, because that's just how I am. You're not gonna let me click that until I save, aren't you? I hate that bug. It's annoying. Yeah, oh, I mean, the gameplay was never very good. Like, flat out, the gameplay of Alice Madness Returns is not good. It's fine. Like, it's serviceable. But it's nothing to write home about. The only interesting mechanic is the shrink mechanic. That's it. And all it does is really reveal things to you that you couldn't see, which they make use of that a lot, and hide platforms so you're often standing out in nothing. That's kind of neat. Otherwise, it just gets you to small areas. It's nothing great. Nothing else in that game is even remotely unique or interesting mechanic-wise. It is not a very good game. It's fine. It's not, I wouldn't call it a bad game, but I mean, it's just visually very cool, and that's why it's like my game's visual spirit animal. Like, you know, I told to watch it, but old enough to not go away. I see the name. As you said, the trope isn't done to. I don't know if it's really been done to death so much as they just keep redoing Alice in Wonderland over and over. They just keep making just Alice in Wonderland. I think the tropes from it get done to death, but yeah, beyond that, like the number of times I've heard White Rabbit in everything is stupid, but like they like to, everyone references Alice in Wonderland. They just don't make anything in Alice in Wonderland, which is why I think I like watching the shows, because it's so rare to see an actual, not just normal Alice in Wonderland. Dream Mechanic Minish Cap, that's fair. I know I played the Minish Cap. I don't know if I remember the Dream Mechanic well, what it was specific about that was so great. I started doing the 4 as I was looking lesson. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, Looking Glass does not get the love and attention that Alice in Wonderland gets by any stretch. Like I'm excited to see an Looking Glass thing, even though I like Alice in Wonderland better than Looking Glass, but I think that's probably why Alice in Wonderland gets all the things. Because I mean, you know, it's still part of the world, but it's just Lewis Carroll's actual story, so it's not anyone's adaptation of the actual, like, you know, it's not them making new characters in the world. They're making their own version of the story or anything, which is just rare. Maybe that's why I like Ruby so much. I like the that they retold all the fairy tales in their own way. And they also put a lot of historical characters too, which is interesting. Also, Rapunzel is like the ultimate evil in that. Just a weird thought for you. Rapunzel's the ultimate evil. She didn't start out that way. Oh, fair enough. I think that's everything I needed. Yeah. I gotta go find a room where I can actually test this, though, because there's no cubes in this room. I'm sad I have to give up my cube spawning ability, but mechanically there wasn't much point. What is this track? No, it's got some terrible notes in it that I don't like. I like this part. That part right there. Those notes. The rest of it I don't like. Sure. I don't know why she gestures like that. Perfect. Yep. Down the list we go. Let me take a quick bio break real fast and get myself some alcohol to go with this here. Also, I drink a lot of water and stuff for the stream, so I'll be right back. We'll stare at the moon for a second. All right, that's what I miss. Some things in Creative Commons only good from the initial version. Additional characters and stuff aren't included, nor things other versions. So like you can't use for 1 year, pick a come out a year or two later. You can't use any Mickey Mouse other version other than Steamboat Mickey. They hit threshold. Yeah. Make an Oz toy until we were old enough. We can't use the Ruby Slippers. Oh, it's interesting. The Ruby Slippers were part of it. One of those Oz are interesting. Mechanics, they are one-off stories. People don't often add new characters, elements, and like that. I can imagine Disney movies retelling fairy tales, but they get sequels and they evolve the characters and storylines. But every time I see a Wonderland Oz thing, just the same story, same characters, change aesthetics. I don't know if that's true. For Wonderland, sure, but Oz things, there have been a surprising number of things like that, such as Wicked, such as Oz the Great and Powerful. Tin Man technically is the same character. I don't think they had anyone new from Tin Man. You want to touch that? Fair enough. I'm really asking AI something interesting. I don't use the AIs very often. I haven't found them all that handy, but every once in a while I have a question for them. It's rare though, for certain. I guess to be fair, I just kind of have purpose in what I do a lot of times. So unless I have an actual problem, I often don't tend to seek additional knowledge. Like if I have something I can't solve, then sure. But I also enjoy solving things quite a bit. So I'm very unlikely to seek help unless necessary. Is it efficient to do that way? No. But it is what it is, man. I don't know what to say. It is what it is. I have a ghost from over here. These bounce ideas are too complex to find easy answers to. If I talk to someone, it's radical and I don't like asking questions, it doesn't get make an answer by design. I don't know. Oftentimes I talk to people to find out what their thoughts are on something versus anything else. Not necessarily the truth on things, per se, I guess. But to be fair, an AI isn't necessarily the truth either. It's often just whatever articles and sources it read, which could be completely a lie, but it might not be. Fair. I just find it doesn't usually provide very useful information for things I'm doing. Now here would recommend a Wonderland story to someone unless they were a fan. Personally, wanted to short here and copy paste AI isn't something that most people would feel comfortable with answering or thinking about. Maybe. I think most people would just, you know, would voice whatever they were saying. You know, they would just offer their thoughts on it. Maybe not most people, but interesting people would just offer their thoughts on it. True. To be fair, none of us really have examples of most people, right? Because there's really no area you could sample most people. Everywhere you go, there's going to be a limited group of people when you factor in against the whole world. So it's really difficult to be like, most people this. Well, is that what people would say in Kenya? How about Venezuela? I mean, like, what do they say in Russia? I don't know. Yeah, but their frames of references aren't the same. So they would say various things, which is why I said it's pretty hard to say that all of them would say anything. The world is a big place. I just choose to ignore 99% of it. Because that's the American in me. Yes. Yeah. But I mean, 3 countries is still not very many. And really, how big are those countries? I mean, because the U.S. is one country, but we have all 50, there are 50 states, and each of our states is basically like its own little country when you compare it to like Europe or something. And I couldn't tell you everything they all say either, just because I live in this country. True. But to be fair, most people aren't really into any one thing ever, usually. What was I gonna do for this? I didn't even bother to like think about it. And I'm just like, oh, let's stare off in the sunset here for a second. What? Why you? Thought I clicked this and said it popped me backwards. So it would just be this High Priestess check here. And it just needs a delay on it. Just so it doesn't go over and over. Yeah, that seems easy. I can just skip the other High Priestess thing entirely. I'll have to redo the active ability for certain, but that's okay. Excuse me. We live in a very small corner of the world where game dev is a thing. Those of us who are into masochism secretly, i.e. game dev. Yes. Maybe actually 0.2 is better on this, honestly. It's not going to be active all the time. Be this one. What was this event called? High Priestess 1? I don't like that name. I'm gonna say that for the active ability, just to keep everything the same. Man, I've had the hardest time with the High Priestess. I'm still not happy with it, what it has. But I think I'm in a never-ending story in it where you can turn invisible, and it's used to get through by certain things that'll instant kill you later if you're like visible. So basically a way to sneak through the statues at the end of like the never-ending story type of thing. Only instead of a faith thing, you just aren't seen. So I guess it's not really like never-ending story, but that was my first thought in my mind when I was making it. It's like, never-ending story? Oh, I'd hit play. I gotta go to a room with the actual stuff. Mistakes were made. Yeah. Well, even worse, on top of the building's gonna be pretty useless. You know, sometimes you're just in the middle of nowhere. I have some over here. For testing purposes. Even though I've redone this room a bunch of times, and we'll have to redo where these are at. This mechanic was only put as a sample anyway. It wasn't actually put as the... It's not game ready yet. I mean, the effect is game ready, but... Beyond that, eh. Not visible. Oh. I believe I know where I made the mistake here. Oh. Okay, well, I just critically failed across the board on this one, so, you know, we can all just point and laugh, okay? Suppose you got to put the event in for it to actually work, right? Hear me out. It probably works better with that there, and maybe not. Maybe it can just figure it out through osmosis. You know? Little mini AI in there fixes the code for me. Sorry, the internet cut for me. Everybody gave me a couple interesting thoughts, like on the topic. One was about the character moving from being in stories to being archetypes like Dracula or Frankenstein. Another one was liked was characters being used as a story engine, like how Sherlock can just solve more cases after I go anywhere. True. And the Golden Bat I mentioned would be good for that later. Maybe everything of it got dumped into Creative Commons because of the nature of the medium. It's hard to say who made what story or character when. By the same token, he's a legend character. He just pops up to save the day. He's not being super patchy and having trouble connecting to your Twitch. Oh, buffering. Alright, well. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Hopefully the internet picks up for you. Oh, no, I appreciate it. I'm always happy to chat. I stream so I can chat. It also convinces me to do more work. Like, I get distracted, but the amount of time I spend actually focused on the game is way higher when streaming than not, because I don't get as sidetracked. I'm not looking at every Wonderland thing on that list right now. Yeah, thanks for hanging out and chatting. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just type it then. Go. I typed it at you this way. Hopefully you get that if the internet being crappy. I will type it, people. Yes, yes, type it, people. Imagine life without the internet, I would die. Actually, I'd probably be healthier and happier in the long run. If you want to get technical, I probably would be happier and healthier. It's not wrong. I don't pretend like though it's necessary for my life to be better, you know. Huh. That didn't work. That's fair. I mean, I mostly work on Unreal Engine, and that's all I do, really. If I'm not trying to get more assets or looking up a way to deal with some problem, which is unusual to do that at all, I wouldn't really need much. I wouldn't need much at all. Because I'm laying in bed and sometimes the Wi-Fi goes super patchy from now on Twitch streaming. Fair enough. Yeah, YouTube seems to be a little better on poor connections for certain. Twitch, not so much. No. Well, the good news is I'm actually streaming on YouTube as well. So you can watch me on YouTube if you want. That's true. Yeah, YouTube is a bit more solid. There's constant traffic and every other content. Yeah. It's much larger than Twitch. Yeah, if you want to watch me on YouTube, I'm actually also streaming on YouTube. If you prefer. I guess the actual stream link is not that. It's actually this right here. This is the actual stream on YouTube currently. I do much better on traffic on YouTube than I do on Twitch. But I still stream to there because why not? You know? Twitch is so much more chatty than YouTube is. YouTube almost never chats. It's crazy how little they chat with me. Like they don't love me. Walk into the chat again. Oops. Mistakes were made. Oh. Oh, let's put this in here because it'll fix that. Okay, you can grab this. Okay, you can successfully grab that. I believe in you. I don't believe in it anymore. Critical fail. Do not believe. I did leave these in here, right? These are High Priestess thingies, right? They have attack High Priestess. They do. Well, it's definitely finding them. It's definitely doing 1, 2 like that. It's there, and it has the High Priestess as the thing, so it's that's working. But it's not finding these. Interesting. Why? We just has all of it for that, sure. So I use this object, sure. We'll do green, I guess. Why not? Come on. Actually, I do too. Oh. It's already reaching these ones there, so I don't need it to keep doing that, I don't believe. It's possible I misdid this one. As I go down the list. I want this currently active ability anyway. Actually, I don't think I do. Never mind. Wait, do I? If I switch off, it won't work correctly. Do I want to pay a cost in here? Maybe. Come back to that. First, let's see where I've made my mistakes. Well, there they are. I just couldn't see them, I guess. Where are the other ones? Just because he's below the water, I guess. I just didn't see him. Not sure why these are out here, but whatever. I think I'll probably stitch them because I don't need them. They don't go anywhere anymore. I'm gonna make lots of objects that are invisible unless you've got the High Priestess active. Lots of secrets. Maybe objects that reveal truly what they are. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Or I won't. Whatever. I'm just going through all the abilities I've already made and adding them in, and then I'm gonna add in new ones. Yeah, it works. They were just so I was wondering, I was like, what? This code has to work. The only problem is though is don't have an active test there, so as soon as you switch off, it won't work. So I need to fix that. But I knew that was a problem. So we know it's finding them. That we're not concerned about. Spawn back to this real fast. We're on Follow Friday on X, so you gotta respond back to every Follow Friday post. Would never scroll that on screen though, because Follow Friday is also the day that all the OF people post like naked pictures under Follow Friday. It's awful. And it's like, ugh. They're not even attractive. They're just disgusting ones. It's like, ugh. Not that excited even then, but still, it would be nice if they were in their own separate little category, so I'd have to look at them. That's all the ones there. Or not, whatever. Fall Friday's a pretty big one. Right, so this works, but I need... I already have this check here, I can just use it. I guess I want most of this code too. I guess I don't need all those though. Like instead of using this here, I'm just basing it now entirely upon. Pretty much Tanjiro, pretty much, yeah. I know so many people. It's pretty awkward how many Follow Friday posts are just straight up that. You know, ugh. As long as they're hot chicks, maybe we can talk. I might just offer game dev advice for free, but hey, you know, I'm just saying. Okay. So I went through all of them, sure. I guess I'm just going to borrow this part here and remove this because I don't, it'll just be ghost form, but I'm not adding tags. And I don't really need to check if they're active per se. Well, it's basically this right here. You don't even need to split this. This can actually just be one giant thing here. So we combine them. Or don't put much variable, dumb. I don't need to make a vector here. I don't even know why I'm splitting it. Don't care. Yeah, it's this right here. You get, you know, whichever target you have and the world location of it. That's your start. This is just a line trace, so it'll draw a line directly out from the thing like that. And then the forward vector, and then multiply it by a number so that it's farther away. And then add that result to there and make that the end. And that's what you need. The rest of this is irrelevant. Just a line trace by channel, and these things here will do it. This could be anything. This could be your player character. This could be a box, whatever you want. An arrow. Whatever. That's it. That's the code you need. If you want to make it visible, you know, you can make it persistent. Pick one of these things like that. One frame means it'll just basically flash the whole time. What does duration even mean? I think it's for a time or something like that, remember? And persistence means it stays forever. Oh, sure thing, yeah. I feel like I've done every bit of code somewhere in here. I just have to, you know, scroll to wherever it is because the game is so big. As I go back through and simplify my game, which is what today's entire plan was, to simplify all 22 abilities. Added some new ones that are passives. Make my life easy. I ain't done all the passives yet. This is going to be a big pain doing all these, but once I get all of them done, it'll be great. Anyway. Fair enough. Print strings are your friend. I solve everything with print strings at some point or another. Oh, there's a problem here. I almost think these need to start a loop. Because as soon as you switch off the ability, it's not going to be checking. If there's a car wobbles, interpolating forward vector, car seems to be the solution. Alright, alright. I mean, they'll help you find the right direction of things. You can also find the road below it too. Make certain that it, you know, your car's the same distance from the road. You can also do it from multiple angles too. Try to adjust the car based upon how long each of the things is. Because you could rotate the you could rotate this downward, you know. After all, you can break these apart so you can have, you know, a Z value. You can angle things. You can also, like, you can do rotating things, stuff like that. You can also just have an arrow, and you could just rotate the arrow directly. Like, you could just add an arrow to the thing, and then with the arrow you can make that your target, and then turn the arrow just like downward or something like that. Be like, yep, this is the one, and then just do forward vector on that same code. In which case you would then, instead of camera here, you would grab whichever arrow and use it as the thing. I do that sometimes. I don't know what your code is or specifically what you need, but I remember one of the problems I had was trying to figure out if a character was at the ground or not, like they had hit the ground. So I needed to aim a trace downwards. What I wanted to do is I wanted to spawn blood at wherever their feet were, and the thing was, and it was hard to figure out where the decal was going to hit, so I just simply aimed ray trace downward, and as soon as it hit the ground, that's the location I spawned it at. God, it's been forever since I did that. I have a currently active ability check here. Perhaps either they can use tarot first. At that point, I probably want a ghost form check, just built in, rather than doing this code over and over. Treat the chassis as a physics object with force to apply, spawn the wheels. Spawn the wheels. So it was fake wheels. Very inertia dampener right now, so just keep sliding even trying to go straight. There's like a chaos vehicle system that Epic made. I don't know if you're already using that or not, but maybe it'll help. I mean, it's like built right in. Ah, okay. An epic thing to bloated? No. That's right, barely any plugins. I know what you're talking about. You can't prove a thing. I might need to just have a thing that's checking to see if it's the current one there, and like I just set this at the end and then it checks again, and if not, then it runs it for the currently ended ability. Because I do want to run back through these one more time. Oh, it's already a previously active ability. Oh. I'm checking it in these though, right? This is the same one. Well, it's just Terra name. Yeah, it needs to have a loop in these. It can't loop the other place. That does have to loop, but it needs to know to go back and check. So if it doesn't match, it needs to do the other ones there, so sure. Let's make a new one. Old active ability, I guess. If true, just continue doing what you're doing. Yeah, I can do this better. We'll say ability. Ability use here. We'll do this. Active ability use. Dump this here. Put this in here. And if not, I gotta run it twice anyway. What would loop through? It'd be like this. Right. So run one last time through it to make certain those break. I don't like how far this is. I don't want that. Need it up a little bit. Right. So if it's not equal to that, if it's equal to that, sure, then take this and make that there. And if it's not, do this. No. I think either way I put this information right, because if it's true, but they're equal, then I wouldn't need to do this at all. It's here. I need to do this, right? So then the next time it runs this, the old active ability will be equal to, oh wait, no. Get this, right? Because now the next time it goes through, they will be equal and it'll just run the currently active ability as a thing. And if they're not, it'll loop back through here. So this should be fine. So this way when I switch off, it won't do that. I won't have to run looping code everywhere. It'll just be this one thing that loops the code. It doesn't enlarge again. My logic is flawed. So let's do it this way. Those match. Is it breaking somewhere that I don't know about? Maybe. Hmm. Oh, say reset ability. It was kind of hurting. Maybe the music's too loud, possibly. Hmm. Hit false. Awkwardly, that puts this stuff below. Let's not boolean it just to make it cleaner. Awkward as that is. I gotta make a system that works for all of them, and then after that it's pretty easy to just stuff abilities in, just tweak the code a bit to each one. Change some of the abilities out. By tomorrow I'll be able to do a test run with all these things and have it working pretty well, hopefully. Try something backwards in here. I do that all the time. Ability reset does trigger right there. Might be trampling over itself is what's happening. Pretty certain. Part form effects. Okay, successfully grab this. I believe in you. We need delay after that too. Smacks of a timing issue. It's very awkward. It never says false. Why does it never say false? Oops. If those aren't equal, sure. If those are equal. This was ability set to false, sure. And then over here, if they are not equal, it goes over here, it makes them equal. There does need to be a time before these things reset, I'm sure. You have to account for a lot of different abilities. There we go. And well, in this form, I'm going to activate this and see if it triggers the other one. Nice pop. Yep. It's all giant size. Perfect, perfect. That'll do. Not sure why the not version wasn't doing so hot, but whatever. You would think that logically it would be fine. Actually, I could just get reset ability, right? No. It's a lot easier if I just have the High Priestess active or not in there, because then it's not tied to anything else. Just put that delay up here, so I gotta have two of them. Random ad. That's when we're chatting for a second there. They were. I'm sure I'll make a better version of this later, but for now. actually. Mostly gonna want, I don't want to play a montage. What's this emitter look like? Yeah, use this emitter too, because it's actually not a bad emitter for this to transform itself. The hell? What happened? How did those end up in there? I have so many questions. What are you doing? Okay. Awkward. By the end of this week, I'm gonna have every single tarot ability ready to go. I'm tired of this. So much time spent on tarot abilities, and it's just like, man, they should be ready by now. I shouldn't be just dicking around trying to build a game with abilities that aren't even decided. It's crazy. A lot of them are pretty decided. Well, you'd be surprised how many of them are already decided, but there's still ones that aren't. Having tarot mode be a method to avoid additional controls is pretty good too. Just copy paste this over too. I'm not trying to. Well, this makes it pay a cost too. And shows which ability to use. In reality, I should be copying a lot of this necessarily here. And putting ghost form after, maybe. It also eliminates the need for a delay. Bug is so annoying. In every fail case, I want to remove this tag and then just run the code again. Well, I just want to remove the tag. That'll take care of everything. I hate this bug. Where it forces a save before I can move more than one node at a time. You would think a simple knot that would work, but it did not. So it must be a logic I'm missing somewhere in there. Yep. Resets just fine. Except when you turn it off. It doesn't return back to its location it's supposed to. A little Bizarro World hat. Very exciting. And that bug is so annoying. It keeps happening. I can't move one thing at a time. Without a save. Must be one of the plugins. Maybe the auto size comments is often kind of a weird one, so probably that. It's gonna be basically the same code over and over and over now from this point on, and I'm just gonna start using tags. Actually, it's not true. Some of the code's different because this one, what it does is different than the other ones. But it's not entirely the same code, but the base code will be the same, and then its effect will be what changes. I'm here 22 times. That's all. Okay. Did it that time. These are backwards. be nice having these abilities finally cleaned up so I don't have to deal with so much crap. Plus I'll be able to have like enemies wield terror abilities at you. Really? Or there. Interesting. That's definitely easier to deal with than having to do the other. I think you'll be able to turn invisible or something as its other ability. It's a little slow. I think it's just because this delay is so high. I'm not sure these should have a cost. Maybe they should just be free. Because you're already paying a cost for wielding the terraform in the first place. And these are just things that reveal secrets or, you know, use passive abilities. That I want you to solve puzzles doing, so they probably don't need to be the most costly to use. Like if you want to run around without any particular ability to fight back, just so you can use these abilities, go ahead. Might as well. I ain't stopping you. Yeah, it's just a time issue. Hey Chanmita, how's it going? This is so much better than the other method. Oh, not a lot. I'm just redoing my the entire tarot system to be more streamlined. Doing okay. Battling the usual health problems when I'm not streaming. Other than that, not much. Pretty much the usual. Oh, I got a sub on YouTube and it didn't tell me. So what have you been up to? Yeah, I wish. It definitely helped my doctor was able to do that. He has one hell of a time trying to figure anything out. And that is mostly me trying to figure things out, and I just ask him for various tests at this point. Seems like he threw up his hands a long time ago. Pretty much. Honestly, I wish he'd just sit there and talk to AIs. Maybe he'd come with a better answer. I I doubt he will, though. Didn't I add a projectile into this one? Let's see if I did. I might have already just set it up. This is going to take a lot of reworking. Actually, it would be, let me look at this. Well, the worst part is having to wait for tests. Because there's really long waits on everything. Remember the first MRI I had for my neck? It took them 8 months to approve the MRI. I was after like 4 or 5 trips to the ER, for God's sakes. They're like, we're not sure you need it. Yeah, they would rather pay for more trips to the ER, apparently. But I don't want to go to the ER. They're not that useful. If you ain't bleeding out, something's obviously broken. There's only certain tests they do, and they make certain you aren't dying on the spot. And then they kick you out. You're like, go away. So, that's true. It's kind of a problem. I can just change this to deal damage. That's all I gotta do. You might already deal damage. As tag. Too much effort to change the name, don't plan on doing that. Does this need to be reversed? But do they though? Do they really? Or can I just... This says launches the target. Interesting. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it this way. Make my life easy. Wait, now it's correct the other way. You know, Ghost Form just does drop to heal. Well, yeah, terraform. Wop wop, terraform. Wop wop. It's going to be so much easier to control after all this. I don't know why I backed out of that. This one's easy because it doesn't have a continuous effect. So it's just, if this is active, then do this. If not, then do this. I'll have to remake the abilities, I think, but maybe not. I require a different room. This room will do, I guess. So it keeps that. That's fine. Well, it does the abilities differently, and that's cool. I just need to make these actually grow the stuff and everything like that, so they both have to have the grow option. There are a lot of abilities in this game, and nothing makes me realize how many more there are until I have to go through and individually add each one. This one will be easy because this is just me copying an ability from the other. I'm moving abilities around. This already happens, so I don't have to do anything special with that. This I'll have to rework just like the High Priestess. This I just steal from the star and move it over. Be that hard. This I'm not doing yet for the dialogue stuff, but it's there. This technically already exists, so this would actually be really easy. Just the second one I have to add dialogue in for to make it do anything. The chariot needs to be reworked to work off of a fly button, so I'll take a bit of time on that. And then I'll just make it free if you have it equipped, which I have to program in. The passives don't necessarily exist yet. Some of the passives are kind of awkward. A lot of times it'll just be if this, then do this, right? So only the ones that are actually requiring a constant check will be all that important or more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, it'll just be, is this active? Okay, do that. A lot of them should be easy. I'm gonna take a quick bio break here. All that alcohol is trying to win the fight. I'll be right back. Guess I'll give me something to look at besides this. Well, look at the pretty water. Yep, right back. Alright, did I miss any messages? No, and nope. Where was I at? I was working on... Oh, the Empress still. Fair enough. See if I remember how to set up or not. I had this set up once before, but then I undid it. Which was a mistake, obviously. So clean the code up some. Definitely a wreck. This is some old code. Oh, I see. So for the projectiles in AoE, it does this. Should be the case. Sure. In theory, it should be working fine. After this tarot direction thingy, so added this in to show which direction it would grow, and the problem is it's not making this not work. I don't remember myself how I had sets like figured out, because you know it's I thought I wasn't gonna have this system anymore, so I thought I could just get rid of it. Spoiler, I could not. That is gone. Fair enough. It's probably more water anyway. Less alcohol. It probably does it from Poppet. It's probably on this interaction check. Arrow direction. Arrow current direction. Right here. I can do this. I'm missing something. It might not even be this. It's wrong. Could be something else that's wrong. It's all weird. A little wonky. Mentioned that it only works on a certain section. Maybe I should scale the whole actor instead of just scaling the other thing. There's a scene where it's not the whole actor, so it means it's gonna probably miss sometimes, and that's kind of terrible. I just reference self, is that better than the other collision there? Well, there's overlapping component. It's just not counting itself as overacting necessarily. Which is interesting. You'd think that it would, you know, having hit the other mesh, it would in fact count as overlapping. Needs to work better on the top than the bottom. definitely more accurate than it was, but not by a complete amount there because it's missing on some of these. No, it's kind of misses to the sides. That's weird. Let's increase the number a bit. Oh, he's hitting something else. What is it hitting? It's mashing up here. It's obviously hitting it sometimes, just not always, and that's weird. I could just have the ray trace and not throw a mushroom. Throwing the mushroom's a little more thematic, I think, than just gesturing at it. At least in my mind. Yeah, it's just not finding it. It's finding something else. It's actually finding nothing. That's not true. It's being destroyed by something else. Maybe do the velocity one last. Set it first. Bit of a sneezing fit here. Allergic to game dev, as always. It's possible it's destroying itself first due to a lack of velocity. I can see that being a weird timing issue that happens. Excuse me. I think instead of looking at the other actor here, I'm going to pull this information farther down the road. After I've filtered it a little bit. So I really don't need all the other information. I just want information if it can actually collaborate. So Metroidvania starting to like not just not finding it. Or actually, it's not that it's just not registering.
I think part of the problem is that it's not counting this mesh because the mesh is like way high up. And I should probably make it a little easier to hit. Hoping that just makes the collision for it a lot bigger, so it's easier to hit. I'm just looking for an actor overlap. It's part of the actor, so. Oh. Yeah, it's just not finding it at all. Man, this is terrible. Yeah, it's just hitting something else, but what? Unhide these so we can see kind of what it looks like. I realize they're changing in size. You would think that doing that would fix, like, changing the whole actor size would also change collision size, but eh. Hey, another guy, how's it going? Well, the collision on that's tiny, but this thing should easily be hitting, but it's like it's hitting something else. I wonder why certain parts of it don't seem to have the issue, and other ones just do. It's like the portion at the wall seems to be... No, actually, that's not what counts either. Huh. It's like... And then the nuke went off. Damn. And then everyone died. And thus, you know... Poppet New Vegas happened. Or Poppet Quest New Vegas? Hell yeah. Why didn't she show this at all? Should be able to see it here, actually. Oh yeah, like the collision should be huge. Is it really that? That's huge? What am I seeing? Close enough. Hmm. I forget what it's hitting. That's a problem here. I need to be a little bit wonky. This is redundant. That I'm seeing farther along on the path, I don't care so much. Usually when something's inconsistent like this, it's a timing issue, but I don't see how a timing issue would cause it to not register something colliding like that. Sometimes. Maybe. I guess it could. Who knows? Yeah, it's just not finding any overlapping actors sometimes. I like the idea of throwing the little mushroom. It seems so much more thematic. But maybe the issue of growing and shrinking these things causes the collision to get weird. Maybe the various plants I use are not as aligned with the center as it could be. That's probably part of it right there. Of course, if I move that, I'm gonna have to move them all. I'm checking if it overlaps the actor though, so that would include all the static mesh in theory. Does this just have trash collision? Is that the thing? That might be the case. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's because it's complex and simple, it's having a hard time figuring it out. Well, let's see what we can do. Generate for simple, huh? Looks like you might fall off the edges of this thing. Maybe not, though. Let's see if that's the cause. An issue with the complex. Well, still having problems. I'm assuming the active root must just be in a weird location. Yeah, it's not any better at all. It's exactly the same. I guess the collision's not bad. I thought it'd be terrible, but it's not really that bad. Guess I didn't even check to see what the collision continue was even saying, but this thing here never looked. Take a screenshot of the results, see what it says. better idea of what's going on. Maybe. And it's just not finding it as part of the group. When it does, it works perfectly fine, but then it just doesn't find it. And it's not finding anything that destroys it. Because if it did, it would play it up here. But each time it's just the Empress plant doing it. Is it though? Wait. Is it hitting a room info or something? Is that what's... Is it messing it up? Here it hit nothing. What this ability normal is. Match is another color. I guess I'll try again without the match. This way, if it is the same thing. I didn't pick my print strings very well on the other stuff, I guess. It's like it's hitting something. The worst part is if I just wanted the other method, it would just instantly work, but I didn't. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a bit of a bug in the dev menu if you do it too fast while it's setting up. Not a big deal because I mean it's just the dev menu. Interesting. Well, ability normal, whatever that is not the same. So it's actually finding these room infos and hitting those. But is it really hitting those is the question. I don't think I need those. I think I just need the result if it hits something, not specifically everything in there.
me come back to this one until I come up with a better idea. Something's just weird here, and whatever it is, it's probably something stupid that I'm just not thinking about. I get tired. The plan is to try to stream more often and not longer streams, because more often is easier for me to do if I don't overkill my streams. Assuming my health is okay during the whole time. I could give up the mushroom throw in the first place if I want, and just go back to the interacting. It was 100% effective. It was very good. I'm just not seeing it otherwise. It just doesn't find it sometimes, but it's not saying anything else is destroying it either. Something is. I don't know what.
I want to see how the mushroom interacts with the water here, because these mushrooms are slightly under the water too, so this will pose a problem potentially. Disable the puzzle. That's gonna pose a problem. I'm gonna come back to you for the moment. Perhaps the alcohol was a bit much, and that's why I'm unable to quite understand at the moment. That's okay. Just means I need more alcohol, so. That's the wrong one. Damn it. Wrong one. Well, there's nothing there to copy. Oh. I'm starting to wind down pretty hard here. The copy paste code all over the place here. The blocking thing isn't that useful, I don't think. Oh, I'll make another custom in here, so yeah.
This ability is so weird to give to this one because the Emperor is about protection, and this thing is just, I'm using it to reverse how the curse works, but I don't know if that's really something that the Emperor should have. It would give you a reason to use it. And it would marry itself really well with the water. Because you'd be able to, you know, go farther in the water. So it'd be a powerful ability that would kind of protect you from the darkness in a way, but it doesn't make much sense that it reverses how the curse works. I mean, I guess it's just what it is here. I guess we'll call this the Emperor's Shield, even though it's not really a shield, but maybe it could be. Oops. Oops, did too fast. Oops. Also music. Muted. Hey TX. Been a bit. How's it going?
this won't work very well because world's enabled. Is working? Nice, nice. What you working on? Or you're just doing your job. I guess it's also what are you just working on? Well, that's fair. This is not very delightfully cold. It's also not delightfully hot either, so perfect. Whatever. Some tags for work? That's fair. What sort of tags? If you want to say. I gotta set up a special test for this one because I can't have the world enabled. It's okay. Capture pipe, tell size and elevation, all service. Oh, okay. It sounds like all useful and stuff. We don't do useful around here. That's weird. Feels like it sometimes. Imagine being unironically useful. It's weird. Do that. I guess I'm just gonna copy paste this crap directly. Actually, I already have copy pasted over this. Let's say 36. These are so wrong. I don't know what level I'm gonna be, but. So you can do your regular job while watching me stream? Because I approve wholeheartedly of any job you can do while I'm streaming. Yes. Yes. Alright, so TikTok Tilly will have the thing I need. Everyone remember. Get behind that. This whole efficiency thing. We're working at home. Yeah. Gain sanity back. Doesn't gain curse. Perfect. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Lose sanity. Didn't actually shut off. Fantastic. Huh. Well, it enables. That's true. If I switch, it stays enabled. Now she's like angry Poppet. Brrr. It almost worked. I'm doing massive changes to the way the tarot abilities work in the game today. I'm giving a new tarot form that drains curse while you're in it, and gives you amplified forms of the tarot cards while you're in it. And makes a lot of the passes just automatically work. Or I guess it's like makes like the Hierophant work, and the High Priestess just work naturally without any extra effort. And everything is like one ability and then passives, and a tarot form that makes them do better things. Should be interesting. It also means there's only 22 active abilities and there's I think like 24 passives or something. I don't know. I ended up taking a few months off for health reasons, so not as close as I'd like to be. Like I might get like I'm sure the demo will come out sometime this year, assuming my health doesn't keep having problems. They're long-term problems. Seems like they come and go. I mean, it's not as bad as it was a few months ago, but I had plenty of points where it's just like, like earlier today, like my legs just decided they just couldn't feel them anymore. It's like, well, can't feel these today. And it's like, you want to drive? It's like, no, I don't really want to drive. Can't feel my legs. We'll go get breakfast, but I'll just stagger along and let you drive. Yes. I have spinal issues. I think. I don't know, after 6 years, we're not sure. The struggle is just getting tests. Yes. So it messes me up and has drastically postponed this game. Just over the course of this game's development. But to be fair, I've only ever been developing this game when the problems were going on anyway, so. But I mean, once I have this this list set up here, then with the exception of a couple of the abilities being a little wonky, that should be all the terror abilities set up, which will be nice. And I have a fair amount of designs for the second chapter now in play, including new areas that go down into, like, you know, engine rooms that I'm still working on. I haven't really done any of these yet, but I guess I could load them up so you could see more of what's going on. I have designs for pretty much, well, I have concepts for almost every room. Though little rooms might get added in, and a concept is not exactly a playable room necessarily. But I'd say I have the vast majority of the building with some kind of concept, and a lot of it laid out. And I have engines down here, and then you're gonna be able to fly up here to get to the third chapter. Well, it's actually, you're gonna go to the fourth chapter and pop back up to this hidden area of the third chapter. Put another washroom over here, not that exciting. Could actually put a nav mesh down and run around. I realize I have fog all over the place and it makes it hard to see. Okay. Yeah, I added in secret rooms, like in secret doors that open up if you have the right things. There's now a giant piano puzzle. There's... I tweet too much crap. It's just the third chapter now has some playable rooms. Sorta. So I'm gonna have my, like, a couple, yeah, I'll show you the various ones there. I'm gonna have two different little souvenir places right at the entrance of the place. It's like the entrance of the building. I haven't done much of these yet, just put some things there. I'm gonna put some who knows what there. One of the more exciting things is I made a little toy city here, which is like the outside world, because everyone wanted to wander around the outside world, and I made little cars to fight to. I mean, they don't do much yet, but once I clicked off the game. So now you can jump on the buildings and have fun with it. They'll even spawn on the building too if you've destroyed enough of them. Yep. But everyone wanted to wander around the city, so I was like, I got you. So that'll be its own little fun thing. I replaced the painting world with the haunted gallery. It did make sense to have a whole separate little world. It made Tinka seem so much more important than she is for this. I put Annie's on in here now, so now she'll... Well, she should spawn here. She didn't, but apparently she should. She'll leave little notes saying, you know, having found the items before you and mocking you for it. All the paintings connect up. There's like 16 of them. Still the usual save. I built a concept for the third Charlotte fight, which, if it loads, will be cool. I believe in you. Take a moment. It's a giant Miss Pac-Man game. It's not actually Miss Pac-Man, but it's for taking its time to load. Hey, I know about Poppy Playtime. They're on like their 5th game coming out or something. Yeah, it's a horror game. Not really like my game, but you know. Yeah, it's gonna be like the 3rd fight against Charlotte. Guess I don't even have music playing at the same time. So up here you run around and you light up the floor in order to do things. I'm gonna have invincible monsters chase after you. I don't know if I'm gonna have power pellets or anything like that, but you win by lighting up the entire floor. Oh yeah, yeah. I've definitely watched Markiplier play through all the episodes of it. Like, I'm not really a horror game fan. Like, I like horror movies, I like creepypastas, but for whatever reason I don't like horror games. Actually, I know I don't like horror games because I like to have a power fantasy, and horror games are all about being, you know, weak and running away, so not really my thing. But yep, this will be my little thing here. Little ghost house over here. We'll see how it plays. I don't know. Oh, I should have shown that I had a giant Miss Pop Man sign there. Get some laughs out of it. Maybe all the chess set in here and have like a chess battle against that. I don't know. The chess stuff I'm not sure on yet. I have a cool boss for it, but that's about it. Another washroom. Way up to the other floor. I'm not sure if I have the secret for this or not, but if I do. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the 5th one because I like the little lore things. Oh, you know, I just had the Red Queen, but she's a chess piece, so I was gonna have that be a thing. Yeah, I see these open up if you have whatever the requirements are. I didn't put any requirements on these ones, so you can just wander through them. So I thought that was kind of cool. I'm redesigning the underworld in this place. As you can see, it's different now. Also, there's pillars holding it up so it doesn't look like it would fall apart like before. I haven't really changed the broken compass other than making it longer. The brig got longer too. I'm gonna get rid of this one and move it over to down here so that there's more space for it and has, like, you know, more little ships and stuff. I don't want to put there though. I have to figure something out, and it's just Eh. And of course, I have a giant piano puzzle. I've done so much stuff. It's hard to even remember everything I've done. But I'm actually not sure about how to make a chess world. That's why I want to have some rooms that were like chess related because I have all these enemies for it, and I don't have a good idea to make a chess world. Kind of like this not loading in. It's just something that doesn't happen apparently. Load in, buddy, pal, friend, friendo. Why you're not loading in? Maybe it's because it has all the other data layers it needs to unload first. We're not really going to show off the 4th chapter anyway. Nobody wants spoilers, right? Unload all these 9 million rooms. It's just a lot on the engine to, a lot on the computer, I should say. To have everything loaded. There's 90 data layers now. Like one for every room. Actually, there's a few for floors and one for the Miss Potman machine. So technically, there's probably like 85 of them. Should take a moment to load though. I believe in you. There we go. Yeah, now it's giant size. And when you play a note, it appears over there. I sit on 2 notes. The collision could be a little better. I made it temporarily really easy. Though apparently the button's not loading. Should load. My computer's having a fit, I think. Really? There it is. This all works normally, but I guess there's a lot loaded in the background right now, so, you know. And that's how you get temperance, which got moved over there. I haven't had little pipes going down to all the rest of the building like that too, so there'd be holes in the floor and everything that are going to be blocked off by abilities and things. I've been slowly adding more to make the thing more vertical. Also an improved map system too, just so you know. These aren't part of it yet though, but the new one doesn't require me to place blocks all over the map. Better. Quite a lot. Just calculates where you're at. Gives you items based on where you're at to show you know you've accomplished the area. It's kind of the long and short of it. I mean, Patrick now plays a mini version of Donkey Kong for his 3rd phase. That's kind of funny. Of course, most of the abilities are currently broken right now because I'm restructuring all of them. Makes testing it pretty hard. Not impossible. I figure once I get this fixed, I'll run a test. Not today, of course, because I have so many to go through that there's so many to go through. It's really that simple. Probably be tomorrow's plan and the plan after that too, but maybe by the end of the weekend I'll have all the abilities set up. And then other than tweaking a couple ones that are a little wonky later on, I won't have to do any more ability work. hopefully, hopefully, maybe it'd be nice. I don't want to do more ability work. I'd like them to be done so I could know what I'm going to build my levels using. It's really hard to design rooms when I don't know which abilities are going to be needed to like bypass them. Something, if I come up with a really neat ability or something, I might replace one of them or something potentially. It's not a bad track. Maybe it's less good than I thought. That's my maybes. Yeah, I was in the middle of trying to figure out why this wasn't shutting off. Oh. But you can't copy that twice because it's the same thing. Oh, this is the devil. What am I doing? The devil I want to keep. I don't want the Hierophant, I want the Emperor. Copy pasted this over, so I'm gonna double check that where I messed up, because I messed up somewhere. Right about there. Maybe got like another hour or something. So I'm trying to do shorter streams so I can do more often streams, because it seems like my health gets worse the more I stream all the time. So I also have to meet some guy in 9 hours from now for business. The kind of business that actually pays me money. And streaming's great and all. I love streaming and I love game dev, but these two things typically don't pay me any real money. Nobody's putting food on the table with that, if you know what I mean. But I love it enough that I'd do it for free. Oh wait, I kind of do most of the time. There's that. Yes. Just true. I think this month they're giving me like another $50 to add to the game's coffers. I don't know what I'm gonna buy with it yet. We'll see what shows up. Maybe I'll pay someone to make something. Who knows? $50 doesn't really get you a whole lot when paying someone, apparently. Because I talked to someone and they're like, oh yeah, we can make you a cool model for like $500 or $700. And I was like, no. I will pass. That is a lot of money and I cannot afford it for... I need something like 70 some odd enemies / NPCs, or just 70 characters for this game. So as you might imagine, that'd be a lot. A lot more than I could afford. The models were very nice. No shade on them. Shuts off, good. And if I switchy, there we go. That was the bug. This shouldn't have any effect on it because it doesn't do anything. Wait, where's my particle? Really? How does that change something in a way that makes any difference? I mean, if I'm doing it this way, I might as well just place it on the character. I think because I'm changing the skeletal mesh when I switch to the other form, that it causes this issue. Blood. Yes. Never enough blood. Poppet gets a little heavier every day. Girl's gotta go on a diet. Well, I'm scaling it for some reason. I guess that's fair. Sure.
Why am I doing this here? Oh, it's the wrong one. Stupid. I wanted to do it twice, I swear. Why wouldn't I want to do it twice? Ha 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 ha.
Spoiler, I actually didn't want to do it twice. I'm lying. In case you can get that. I'm lying. I know, I know. Hard to tell. Clever ability to hide a lie, but you know. Hear me out. I was lying. All this just so a particle doesn't just magically like phase into existence. So it'll just, you know, enlarge to normal size and then shrink back down. And then vanish. It's so easy to program something and so much more effort to polish something. I don't know why I had this particular thing set like this, but I'm sure there was a reason. And rather than try to remember what that reason was, I'm just going to set it up in as identical of a way as possible. Yes. Is it though? Oh yeah, it is. It's over on the devil, isn't it? Yeah. Actually, I use it all over the place. Never mind. There's not much point if you're gonna just reference it directly on there anyway. You might as well just put it directly on the character. Because it's already referencing it, so it's already loading it either way. Oh, sorry, activate. Thou shalt not auto-activate. At least Emperor will be done. I wish I could figure out what why the Empress wasn't quite hitting things correctly. I'm gonna have to give up my throw the mushroom strategy with it, just so I can make it guaranteed work. Oops, that's not what I want. Oh wait, we already knew that worked. Oh, this has something to do with that particle being a piece of garbage. Remember that now. Oh no. I think it has to sample the model itself. I think. forgot how I got this to work on these characters. It was such a pain. That means none of them are going to work. If I put it on the other one that I'm not changing, will that make a difference? Damn. I think about that she need 2 models like this, so I could just change her clothing, but there's so much of her that would be changed that it's kind of might as well change the whole thing practically. They just all need to be on the other model. I have to shrink them down though, because they're a little big. Just a little. Yeah, they're too big, obviously. So she's recovering. Yeah, 66, not too bad. Doesn't look like it makes a difference. Does it though? Here it looks like it's smaller than the other, but hmm. 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 Well, I don't have it. Weak. Yeah, it doesn't affect the size. What if I do this? Just shrink the initial model. Might work. A little wonky, a little reversed here. Make it happen. Into the pool. That really didn't change the size much, did it? I don't think it changed it at all, actually. Maybe. We... I don't really think it shrunk the size at all. Or maybe it did, actually. I don't know. I mean... I guess that doesn't look as big. Jumping seems to make it pretty big. Guess it doesn't look bad. I haven't changed it at all. The same. All right, well, this one's done. This passive might be ridiculous. I'm not sure if I need it. Maybe. Let's take a look at Hierophant. Actually, looks like the code's right up here. That was using. Kinda. I'm only gonna need this one. All this extra crap, it just doesn't need to exist. Stuff was way more complicated than it needed to be. They had like 400 extra abilities, none of which really matter. Some are just other versions of the code. Mm-hmm. It's probably just gonna be like one passive and then one activated ability for most of them. Though the tarot, form will often change how the ability works, making it much better. Creating effectively an extra ability, but the ability might be similar, just better, not absolutely unique from its original form. Sometimes they're kind of unique. Kinda. Call it relatively soon. Oh, I'm up to 181 wish lists. Hell yeah. Plus 2 wish lists today. Change my title to 180 plus wish lists. Like a boss. Change both stream titles to that. Yeah. I've been getting a couple wish lists today. Like the wish lists have been funneling in. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's still sad numbers when you think about it, but 181 wish lists is, I mean, you need 1,000 before Steam even notices you. So if you want Steam Sama to notice you, you're gonna have to earn it. Steam Sama does not talk to just anyone. Some people are unworthy of Steam Sama. One day I hope to be worthy of Steam Sama. Maybe. That's actually one of the reasons I'm not in as big of a hurry anyway, besides the health problems, is that, it, until you get enough wish lists, it almost doesn't even matter. Almost. I probably should focus on having a playtest version and not be working on sections of the game that aren't even in there. I didn't do that though, so yeah. A lot of what's actually delaying me is the fixing a lot of the problems behind the systems in the game, like progression and things like that. I want all that in place. Doing it this way is so much easier because now I can just add one thing for each card and that's all I have to do. Well, the ones that actually have an ability that's active when the tarot is active. Tarot form. I might make her outfit cooler for that. We'll see. I just took the only outfit I already had and was like, yep, let's use this. Oh, I don't have to have everything equipped, that's right. Nope. I'm not doing the... Not requiring to be equipped here. Don't currently active ability check this because I don't need it active. Should be an always ability. You can't, I just wrote the wrong name, it's Tarot 5. You'd think I'd know that by now, what with it being one of the ones that's currently in the game already. And yet, I flubbed it. Yes. Such flub, much wow. Interesting. How? Because they changed the name. It disconnected it. It's fair. I don't know why it does that. You don't. There's no reason it should. I mean, it's just. I obviously have the line connected for a reason. Just changing the name shouldn't disconnect the line, but it does. A lot of ideas behind Unreal Engine aren't always the smartest. That's one of them. Can't think of any world where changing the name would make me want to disconnect it. Okay. Oh, the problem is that this is checking for the ability itself by the name, and I don't care about the name. All right. In reality, it should just be ran anyway. That would have made the Empress a lot easier too, or the High Priestess, which I probably should have had, honestly. I set that one up wrong, I think, because I don't want to have it equipped. I want it as a passive. That's dumb. Oh well. None of this is necessary. That might be true. Do I change it? Well, I don't. None of it's necessary because I don't care if I change abilities at all. In fact, it should have just been this here. And just actually literally just this. All this other crap is just unnecessary. Because as long as the terraform's active, then I want that, and it'll shut itself off on the terraform anyway, so... Overcomplicating things. That's because so many of the tarot cards do different things. It's you gotta kind of mix and match a little. Yep. Yep. They just move around, do whatever they're gonna do. Maybe I'll start putting a dash by all the ones that I've done, or just like a little star by the ones I've actually completed. I guess the whole one's just active on this one, so I just marked that. Guess I'll rework the Empress real quick because it's clearly not done in a very good way. The wholly unnecessary method. I could do the same with the Empress thingy. I want that though. But I could. Roll these to the secret garden. I lose out on the funny little eyeball, but I'll have to add a particle for it. But I mean, that's just so much better than the other way I was doing it, which was insane. Like, wouldn't even do what I wanted for that matter. I don't know why it seems harder to do when there's no platform or no thing here, because the simple reality is that there'd be water underneath that's lethal anyway, so it's not like it would be particularly any more dangerous, especially less dangerous this way. But got a key up here. Hey Shrill, going okay. I've been reworking all the tarot cards to work around a new tarot form ability and giving them a singular activated ability, but the tarot form when you're in it often amplifies that ability. Not always, but a lot of them. But it should make it so that my game is, at least all the abilities are good to go in short order. Yeah. How's your day going? Got up. That's what I should be doing. Should have been just getting up instead of still being up. Some of us, we lead a different kind of dev life, you know? The kind where we hide from the sun and, you know, hiss at it periodically when we see it. And occasionally try to flip the sun off by, you know, flipping a switch, which does not turn the sun off, by the way. Right. More than a few times. I need a cosmic switch which turns the sun off when I don't want it up there. Or a giant blinder that appears. This already exists. I don't have to do anything special. It's just already there. Even though it's not a very good ability. The levers is one of the few ones that I'm most worried about. Yep. Slowly ticking my way through every one of these abilities and tweaking them for the new setup. Thankfully, most of them already exist, so I don't have to do anything special. No more bubble platform. F that bubble platform stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's just gonna be this and then the passive, which the passive doesn't even figure in here. It'll be on the upkeep. We'll see how much longer I stream. I mean, I'm already approaching 6 hours and I'm just trying to keep my stream limits a little lower than normal. Just so I don't end up unhealthy again. Not that I'm particularly healthy now, if you know what I'm saying. But I am up to 181 wish list now. This excites me greatly. I've actually had 200 wish lists, but 19 deletions. Still, the wish lists have been showing up a lot more lately. Where it was hard to get even one a day, now I've been getting 2 a day for a while lately. This makes me inappropriately happy. Aye. I guess Temperance could just have a tag. Or just check for currently active weapon is Temperance. I need to see if the currently active. It's easier that way. Factored in right here. No, that's not the equal I want. I want exactly equal string. Tab 14 Temperance. This will encourage people to switch to Temperance a lot. Because what I'm doing is when you're in Temperance is equipped, then the cost of Terraform is half the price. So potentially, if you want Terraform to be, it doesn't do anything special for Temperance itself, but any of the passive abilities that you want are now much cheaper to use as long as Temperance is what you're wielding. It's possible that might be too ho-hum, I don't know, we'll see. I was trying to figure ways to make it a little, make you want to switch to it just because. There you go. So this way it'll be 25. Wait. That's wrong. That would be more expensive. Yeah, it just costs 2%, so it just costs 1%. So you just lose 1% per instead of 2% per. Should work. Well, it actually makes it essentially free. You actually regenerate it fast enough, so effectively makes it free. As long as you have it equipped. So if you have another one equipped, it's not free. Huh. Well, that's interesting. It gives you like a permanent form of this if you have this equipped. I think I'm okay with that. Like, some abilities get better, but you can't use a lot of them because you're stuck using Temperance, which doesn't get better at all. Also, Temperance is not free to wield either, so... But later on, when you're trying to use, like, you know, the Hierophant or whatever, it being able to be used indefinitely is not bad. Same thing with the High Priestess, just indefinite abilities. Okay. Not the worst. This one's just outright done because it was really easy. I'm not sure if there's really actually going to be fire or be like some sort of form of heat or something. The Devil's one I'm not sure about. I kind of had a thing while it was equipped, it did the little its curse thingy, or the flip the curse, which might have been interesting. It's possible it gets flipped back over too, potentially, where it's just if it's equipped, that's the one, as opposed to being an active ability for the Emperor. But then I don't know what the Emperor is going to be at that point. It did have an invincible shield, because it has no attacks. It's not that neat, but it wasn't awful. Having the terraform do things like, you know, letting the moon be one button, everything made a big difference. You just activating terra mode destroys all your clones instead of having to have a dedicated button for it. Just the button. It's obviously only if you have the moon equipped, otherwise it just doesn't do that. This already exists because it's the first ability on there. The second one needs to be pumped over. Judgment, this one I'm not sure about. It's got a lot of not so certain. Oh well. The hangman's also gonna be kind of awkward. Might need to be changed because its active ability grabbing hold things would be kind of powerful with double jump early on, letting you get a place you shouldn't. So, but you can't use it plus another tarot. So depending upon the range on it, it might not be that great. Or maybe it'll just do a little double jump animation, you know, with a noose or something, and then have a different active. It's like 3 tarot cards that are kind of like up in the air. Actually 4. One of the abilities on the devil. One of the abilities in the hangman. The active ability on the lovers. And just the judgment tarot in general. So there's actually a handful of ones that are kind of effed up. I think I like all the others though, so that's pretty good. There are quite a few ones that are kind of... They're actually pretty fire, actually. I don't hate it. I guess the middle mouse button can be dedicated to flying, because I don't have anything else for flying, so I need a button that's not being used. So sad that I undid this because I had it all set up originally and then I decided to change it back. That was dumb. But I might have kept it. Not where I expected it to show, but sure. This is an event begin play thing here. I'm gonna laugh if it's like 2 things I had to move and that's all it is. Would make my job very easy if that was the case. Ah, there we go. Now you can fly and wield these things. Hmm. It's kind of weird that the wings flip to the sides, but what do you want, you know, like... Who's clicked off the game? The fact that she shakes her the wings back and forth is pretty funny. I'll have to do some sort of thing about her legs, like some sort of flying animations that are better than that, but that's okay. At least now you can use your stuff while flying. I'm pretty certain all I need to do is just have a currently active ability check for if that's going, and if it is, then I have a cost paid. If not, then it just does its thing. There's an upkeep one somewhere around here, right here. That other ability doesn't quite do what I want it to do, because it'll turn it off if that's not the case. Well, that's actually not necessarily. Whoa, 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 whoa! What is that? Be like that. I wanted this. I flubbed it over here. Yeah, so I just impose a cost if that's the case. The mouse die? You're just being unhappy with me. Fair. Honestly, this should have been 36 and not the other. I don't know what level I'm supposed to be at this point, but... Oh, wait. It's all Anna. Gives me an extra title, Anna's fine. You would definitely have the chariot by now. I guess I just gave you the chariot the whole way, huh? Sure. Sure. Got quite a few of these abilities done. I mean, balancing was going to be something I do throughout the course of it, but at least I won't be generating new abilities. Oh, I did it too fast, right? There's a bit of a bug with that. I don't know what causes that bug, because it didn't used to exist for the longest time, and now it just does. Just don't worry about it, it just does. It's fine. And it should be after chapter 4 anyway. Oh well. Alright, anyway. That's not what I want. Yep, there you go, perfect. While it's equipped, you regenerate, and while it's not equipped, you start to suffer. Unfortunately, this also unequips them, so that's not what I want. Oh, Ultimate upsell, making me out pain. That's fair. I mean, a lot of people, they just aim a camera down from the sky at their character. And they call that a minimap. Doesn't want to work for this game, but... You're not required to give people a minimap, though. I mean, you know. Some people like the challenge. Not every game type even needs a minimap. I just really like them in Metroidvanias because I can do map completion with them. For some reason, like them in that genre. But I mean, with how big your game is, what I was seeing, like you'll definitely want some kind of way for them to figure out approximately where they're. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, does Resident Evil have a map? I mean, like, because your game reminds me very much of Resident Evil in the way it's set up. Like, you know, so. That's fair. Yeah. Hmm. I don't remember how they did it. It's been a while. Okay, yeah. That seems reasonable enough. I mean, if your area is big enough, having like a map of your, town or something is not a bad thing. At least some vague idea of where they're at. Not required though, I mean. Not every game does. Right here, yeah. I just wanted to pay the cost. It's a problem here. The system isn't built to not destroy the previous weapon if you swap. I'll have to think about how I'm going to do that one. I have to do some changes to make it work like that. It's going to have to happen on this though. I don't want to solve that right now. That seems like a complex problem for someone who's had way too much alcohol. The good news is this one's already there. You do crap. Technically, this is not set correctly yet, so I'll have to deal with that later, but this one works. Also works. All that one works. I gotta grab the one from the star and move it over to the Hierophant. I have this set to spin either way. Let's see. Version 1 giant thing. Oof. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. Figure out what I plan on doing. I really need to use the restroom. Right back.
Missing messages? Not really, no. Alright. I don't know if I have enough brain power left tonight, to be completely fair. I'm all like, baby. I mean, I have to do a bunch of it tomorrow or the day after or something too, so it's not like it's gonna be that hard. I mean, a lot of them are pretty easy. Half of them already have the ability there. I just need to change how it's controlled. Actually, almost all of them, it seems like that's the case, since I got rid of even abilities I'd already programmed, but those abilities weren't that balanced and they really weren't that great. Just all over the place. It's possible the Emperor becomes a shield instead, and I put the other thing as on the devil. When you're using it, the curse works in reverse. Problem with that is, though, is it basically gives you unlimited time in the darkness with the weapon equipped, which is means you could basically just play most of the game with the devil on and just never, you stay out of the light, which is fitting for the devil when you think about it. But from a gameplay perspective, that seems a little overpowered. I wanted to give out the devil earlier than like around the second chapter, but it doesn't have to be what I give out second. I can give out justice instead. After all, I move the I had the brig there, so I can just give it out in the brig, right? I was gonna have the brig show up, I was gonna have like the security, like, you know, and have that like in the third chapter, but it looks cooler as the brig, so I rolled with it. How's the moon set up? Easy fix making a time limit? Well, it's a passive on the thing, is the thing. It's either an active ability on the Emperor, or it's potentially a passive on the Devil. Because the Devil already has an active. And I only want to give one active. That could be like when you're in Tarot form, it works like that, I guess. That would put a time limit on it. That might do that. I don't know. We'll see. Then I gotta figure out an ability for the Emperor that's worth using, though. It has a handful of abilities that are kind of garbage, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so we're getting rid of the moon one here, moon one. Which means I don't have to make all those tarot doors into power doors. That might force a change. Unless I have lots of doors that are destroyed by the right tarot card. I could do that. Gateways. It's kind of boring, though, to have too many of them. Like, one's fine, but two. Oof. How about two? This is the one that makes them, yeah. And then this would actually be super easy. That might actually be all I had to do. Doubt that. Some of these are already programmed. It really is just changing the controls for them, that's all. And if they don't have to check perpetually, then that's even easier. Like if they're just a one and done. Awkward, but fair. I can sit out here.
You know, switching between them just does that. That's perfect. It's just... But do I make it where going either direction blows them up? Or do I make it where the other happens? You gotta follow around kick. But it's a bot. Oh wow. Well, that is the thing. It reverses how the curse works. So if you go in the light, you start taking damage. Like you start losing your sanity. So it's just a complete reversal of it thing. The thing is, more of the game is in the dark than in the light, so it's not as penalizing as you might think. And if it ever gets too penalizing, you just switch off of the devil or whatever, and then now suddenly it's reversed back to normal. And you start gaining sanity in the light. It's like... It's pretty easy to go infinite with it. Kind of concerning. I guess it's probably easier to make it where you can just bounce between the two all the time, which has got to be like, no matter which direction you use for the tarot thing, it destroys them. Otherwise, you got to hit it twice, and it's kind of weird. All right, that's fine. Well, I don't want to drastically change the whole game for one ability, because then that just ruins the rest of the game. I'd rather just make the one ability not in the game. Because light in the game prevents you from using your abilities. That's the, like, light's really bad. Because you don't gain curse power, and that's how all your abilities largely work. So if you have no curse power, you can't use any of your abilities. So if I put too many lights, you're basically reduced to just swinging a weapon and hitting things, and that's all you got. Can't dash, can't use your tarot ability. Negates the potential loss via, you know, not having enough sanity. Then, you know, it's just... not gonna work. No. Okay, so this works. Entering or exiting. It shows up. Yeah. Done. On that one. He's actually mostly done already. Well, you see, I also don't want to force them to have to use the devil either. Like, I mean, it's an ability we have to change the whole game. It's just a bad ability. Like, you don't want to change the whole game for one ability. Like, if I had to nerf the game just to make the one ability, just cut the ability. It needs a cost to having it being used, essentially, and the cost can just be that it... I don't know, maybe it costs health or something to use at that point. Nah, that's kind of weird. I don't think I want it to be a passive. Having it an active ability on the Emperor, at least then you can't use any other attacks, so you're forced to switch off it at some point if you want to fight. But if it's like a passive, it's too good. So I'm not going to change the whole game for that. And like I say, the game's not fun if there's too many lights. Like, it's really bad. You don't want that. It is not a good game with all the lights on. It just turns into you can only swing your weapon, and that's it. That's all you got. You can't do any other abilities. And there's only a few weapons you can swing for free, too. So you're basically reduced to, like, I think 3 weapons, and that's it. As soon as you run out of curse, you're just like, well, I'm out. So most of the game you want to spend in the darkness. I mean, I could have the occasion room that's completely lit up, but also it's at nighttime and the place is closed, so why are all these places so lit up? Like, maybe the emergency lights, sure, but a brightly lit room? Why? There might be some exceptions to that, we'll see, but I've tested it a bunch of times. It's just not that fun. Mostly there's enemies that emit light, and so you can pretty much test the effect of just having those guys in there. And as soon as they spawn, you're just unable to use any of your abilities. They're so annoying. You want to just hunt the little bastards down so you can kill them so you can get back to gaining curse power again. Terrible. And now the game's like predicated on the curse, on the terraform being used for a bunch of stuff. You're gonna need a lot of curse power. So I want you to bounce between the two a lot. But the only real penalty to being in the dark is losing your sanity. That's it. There's no real other penalty. So the cap to your infinite power is that, or too many lights. And weirdly enough, the too many lights is scarier than the lack of sanity. Tells you, too many lights. There's no humans in there. It's literally a place where all the toys come to life and then start fighting. Why in the world would a human be in there? Doesn't sound like they'd be in good shape for very long. There's like ghosts wandering around. There's toys coming to life. This ain't FNAF. They're not sneaking up on you. They're just coming after you. It's just, they're just there. They're insane. I mean, they're little toys, but enough of them would be a problem. It'd take quite a few, I imagine. No, maybe not. Would depend. If they're shooting little, like, you know, projectiles at you, that might be enough to do damage. But I also want to program random humans wandering in either. That's additional gameplay mechanics I'd have to work around. And having to dodge a giant human character, which is like literally Shadow of the Colossus. Do I just copy the Empress and then leave out the I might already have that. Do I? Might. Let's see what I have for this. I guess we're testing up here. I don't know why I'm testing up here. I'm just testing up here now. Yeah, I wait all the way until the world to completely void the darkness sanity mechanic. Like at the very end of the game, for the final area, you don't have to worry about it anymore. After you've earned the world, sure. But you only get it for the last portion of the game. I haven't seen that one, no. I mean, I guess you don't want it to eat you, and so they're trying to avoid it. I mean, that's an interesting idea. I don't know if it sounds fun, but it sounds like an endless escort mission. That's what it sounds like. An interesting concept for an escort mission, sure. But it does sound like an endless escort mission. Yeah, fire those little castles. They don't really explode though. So I'll probably just replace this with little like landmine versions and then launchable ones there, and the launchable ones still play deal damage. Which means I basically just have to duplicate the Empress, I guess. It's kind of boring that it's like just like the Empress. Of course, the Empress doesn't do damage really, particularly. It just kind of grows and shrinks plants. Perhaps I get rid of the throw mushrooms thingy on the Empress. Hey Ronnie the zombie, how's it going? You'd rather not say? Oh, uh-oh. Well, hopefully it goes better than whatever it's going. Yes, yes. Or hopefully she's cute and you're just trying to hide the fact that she's, you know, there and you don't want, you know, the husband to know or something. Maybe? Yeah, sure. Could just do this and ditch the throwable mushroom. This solves my Empress problem right there. Is it cooler to throw a mushroom at the thing and cause it to grow and shrink? Important questions must be asked here. I guess I could change the moon doors out. I don't know. To the underworld. When in doubt, to the underworld. It's from broke her arm. Other friend I've had for 30 years turned out to be a backstabber and top it off. Broke my tooth, now you get a whole new tooth removed. Get the whole tooth removed? Damn. Well, pour one out for you, I guess. Sucks. Hopefully, hopefully it turns out that the break in her arm is not that bad, that your tooth is, you know, somehow able to be fixed, and your friend secretly backstabbed you because he's part of a super secret organization that is actually funneling a bunch of money that's going to end up in a bank account that you eventually get and makes up for it. Yeah. Hopefully all that. Sure. It's probably not going to happen, but, you know, let's hope for the best, right? 2 days? Damn. That is no bueno. I was just telling someone on X, actually, they were saying how, like, you know, bad their day was and everything like that, and I recalled the tale of, you know, I was driving home, I was suffering from my, you know, long-term health problems and thinking, man, this sucks, and then I look over to the side and I see some dude who's basically got his entire head and like one eye bandaged, just staggering along the road, and I thought to myself going, all right, universe, you're right, it can be worse. And I felt a little better that day, knowing that it could have actually been worse. She needs plates, and an appointment today, tooth is a goner. But the backstabber is just a backstabber. Yeah, I like my version better. We should go with my version. Hear me out on this one. My version, everyone ends up happier. Yes, yes. I guess this is a lot easier to use, and then if you're in this mode, then it just plants mushrooms. That's fair. Oh, this is a lot easier to do. The other thing's just tedious. Even though I like throwing mushrooms at things. But having these explode and do those isn't the worst either. Here, moved on Monday because they're booked. Well, that sucks. You have to wait that long. That's what I always think. Can always be worse. I'm happy it's not worse. Yeah. It can always be worse. Also, double jump discoveries. I don't even need those there. I just jump it. I keep not thinking about that. I could actually bypass half this crap. I mean, it's over water, which is death-defying early on. Not right now, obviously, because I have all the abilities unlocked. Oh, that does sound terrible. Tooth pain sucks. I had an infection under one for like 5 years because the dentist wouldn't admit there was an infection under one. Let me tell you, it was rough. Yeah. It's fair. Hey, nobody liked clove oil. I actually don't know what clove oil tastes like, but you know, I'm sure nobody likes it. Probably. They might like it. I don't know, maybe there's someone who just like, you know, downs clove oil all the time. Maybe they huff it or something like that. I have no idea if it works. Maybe? Okay. Alright, alright. Hmm. Sure. Sure. I see it's just nowhere tail, but some point caught that and tooth and boom, yep, pain gone. Okay. Yeah. You know, before all this modern medicine, they had ways to deal with these pain things, you know? People seem to forget that. It's just like, oh, you know, they didn't just suffer. That's weird. Why not just go to a different dentist? And the dentist will take x-rays and do a new record. It's not like dentists necessarily hand records back and forth. Technically this is the one that's done, not that one. Oh. What time am I supposed to meet that guy? 2:15. Sounds rough. 7.5 hours from now. Oh, weird. I'm glad it's wisdom tooth. Yeah, definitely. You can ruin their wisdom teeth as much as you want, because people just pull those anyway most time. I don't know. If I was hurting enough, I would just pay the money to have something pulled. Like, I mean, even if it was a major inconvenience to me, I still do it because dental pain sucks. I don't want that. My insurance is pretty hot garbage. The wait time on everything is forever. I had a temporary crown in for, I think, like 7 months or something like that. It was so long. It's just like, there's literally a temporary crown here, guys. Can you guys, you know, I don't know, approve the crown so I can do it? Like, why is there a temporary crown? This is dumb. I did eventually get the crown. Right, a dentist that was terrible, but somehow better than my main dentist. $10K? The hell do you live that it's $10K for a tooth to be pulled? Shit, I'm in California. You can get it done for $500. Just yank it. Get it done like today. Any dentist you want. Actually, that's a good dentist. Crappy dentist might do it for cheaper. And I'd call a bunch of them if, you know. My country, you can choose medical aid, pay out of pocket, or just get done free by going clinics. So, yeah, I mean in the US. Over in sunny California. Yeah. We don't get much free here. But we also like subsidize the rest of the world. That's kind of why. Hopefully we don't subsidize the rest of the world for long. I'd like my dental to be cheaper, not everyone else's. I mean, COVID was like, you know, almost 6 years ago at this point. That's awkward. Where are you living that Novocaine is that price? Like, I'm in California and stuff's overpriced here. The US medical industry is an absolute travesty, but it's... yeah, it's true. Remember back in the day, you used to go to the barber to get teeth pulled, so I'm just saying. You just get yourself some hard alcohol. And you just go yank it right the hell out, and you get a shave at the same time. That's service right there. Just saying. Even a haircut. You probably can pick the order you'd like them done in. Real men get the tooth pulled first, yeah, and spit blood the whole time they're getting, you know, their shave. They just get like a big old bucket, spit right in there as you're going. Like a boss, yeah. Then as you're leaving the, you know, the barbers, some other guy sees you and he's like, you should have seen the other guy. And then you just walk out and you just instantly just massive aura at that point. Just here's so bad. Supposed to get my friend. You got the pliers? I mean, sometimes old school is best school, I guess. After all, the pain goes away after you've yanked it out, right? Or, you know, it'll suck. It'll hurt real bad. The pain goes away, whereas if it hurts real bad and just keeps hurting real bad, that sucks. That seems no good. The opposite of good. Yes. One might even say bad. Yes. And one would be right. Wish that guy was not meeting me today. Very much wish he was not meeting me today. I'm gonna leave this here because I might switch it back. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I have some clove oil and some hard alcohol. Oh, shit. The redneck method. Yeah. Deep south. I'm so not in the deep south. Oh. Yeah, well, what are you whining about then? Jeez. Just yank that crap out. You're bringing all the women down out there. Unable to handle pain like this. Jeez. I mean, once you reveal you're like the chosen one, you got to be the chosen one. Like, it's that simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just show everyone else. In fact, you should probably record it for social media too. Like, wow, who needs a dentist? Just pop it out of social media. Do you know how many views that would get if you did that? Like, so many views. If you're just like, oh, dentists are for losers, you're like, just yank your tooth right out. Like, crap. You're like 1 million views, probably. Like, oh. Child free for a reason? That's fair. I'm child free because they haven't found me yet. Oh, nothing. How's it going? That's what I have that factory in China for. See, it's in the name, being a villain. You know, I just get a pass for being a villain because I said it was a villain. Handle cuts and getting bruises from doing carpentry. Yeah, but that's not getting 1 million views like yanking your own tooth out is. Just saying. It's all about aura when you do it, though, too. I mean, you gotta look like a badass, too. No wincing, no nothing, just dentists are for losers. Pop that tooth right out. Maybe show them first before you pop it out, just so you have proof. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could be a wuss too, but the wuss doesn't get 1 million views. You see, that's the thing. I mean, that's... Anything for fame? Question mark. I think I'll be good without the fame, to be honest. I'm just saying, that sounds terrible. I can actually make the sun ones work. I have no idea what I'm even working on at this point. They didn't offer me a pay, they just kicked me out, insurance, put a band on, and teeth me. Oh. That's when you just go to some dentist and don't tell them about your insurance. Yes. It's only a wrong turn if it's down a dark alley, and she wasn't cute. That's my explanation. Anyone who says different, it's fine. They can not like it. Whatever. Don't care. Manly regret is I don't have enough alcohol right now. Ah. I like her little shades. She got steampunk shades. I think I need to make this particle less ridiculous. Oh, actually, technically that's the thing, so I gotta do this. I guess I could make it like the Empress, where it's just the explosive ones there that act as lights. I mean, you could. I'm sure that's someone's fetish. I don't know how often you can do that fetish. I mean, you go in there every time you get a tooth removed. It's... Some people really do like pain, I guess. That's a level I never thought existed, but... To be fair, there's a lot of weird people out there doing a lot of what seems like very painful things. Yes. Some fetishes are a little weird. Yeah. Technically, you can't ask your friends. I mean, you could ask your friends to rip a tooth out for you. I'm sure... I don't think they do it, but you could ask them. Oh, well, the one that's no longer your friend will be more than likely to take the tooth out for you. Just hear me out on this one. They might even enjoy it and do it for free. Go with the sling, you know, maybe if you just want hard mode where you just want it to really hurt a little more. Maybe if they get the right leverage. It's possible. Am I gonna make this like the Emperor or not? I think the Empress, but they explode. I guess I can, because I don't have a better use for them. They emit light and they explode. What's the passive for this? Oh, it's just a health gain when you're in the light? That's kind of boring. You know, it's kind of boring. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Start a cat fight, yeah. It might work out. You might get a free tooth removal. Just remember to block with that side of your face, okay? That's the secret. Like, you know, she goes to, like, you know, kick or punch or something like that or whatever, or a really hard slap, but just make sure it hits that side of the face. And maybe you lose the tooth in the process. I mean, it's a little weird, but it could work. I like how this looks like a little dragon tail she runs around. I don't even know if I like this particle, but... I kind of do just because it looks different. And I don't get out much. Alright. Where the hell is this prince ring saying ability normal, okay? Like, it's weird. Not that one. Oh, right here. Oh, now I remember why I put that there. It's been like hours. Yeah. A little bit of family squabble. It's all good. I don't question it. Just a little friendly violence between sisters. It'll work out. Ah. Well, the next time they do, just try to be the one to break it up and try to block with that side of the face with the tooth. See, we can get this working. It can happen. We can still work with this. You can still get your free tooth removal. Maybe you get them together to try to make up, but make certain you sabotage it so they get in an even worse fight, and then you block with your face to knock the tooth out. You look like you're a good person trying to help them out, but you sabotage it only on the sly, so maybe win-win? Oh, well, if you cut out your lives, how are you gonna get, you know, hit in the face to get the tooth out? Like, then we're back to the barber yanking the tooth out with a string or something. I mean, that's just fine. Huh. Well, that's just bad timing. Seriously, you could at least got something out of it before you know, ended it. Jeez. It's about looking for the upside and things, okay? I was working on those and I decided not to for whatever reason. I think I'll just copy the code out of there so I can look like a badass that just does it in moments. Kind of sad that you've had to break up with her though. The whole friendship thing. Must have been something terrible. It is funnier if it's something super petty though. That's true. Why did I make this just a child of that and save myself all the effort? Oh. Did I already put all this crap in here? Why not just blow it up instead? Why did I do it this way? Oh. What's it like to be 40 and still be able to party like you're a teenager? I've had health problems ever since I was 40, so yeah. My 40s have not been great. Just like this chair, it's not that great. Why not just blow this up? Huh. But did you want to be invited? I mean, really? Really? I mean, it doesn't seem like you want to be invited. If I just do that and don't destroy actor there. Your sister went and didn't know I was was invited. No, not invited. Okay. Well, not anymore. We're fine. Anybody will change. I don't know. Sometimes people just have bizarre falling outs. I'm hoping it was an epic battle over like the One Ring or something like that. And after the battle there was a falling out and you weren't invited to a party. Probably not how it worked, but... Or maybe, you know, she needed 11 people to, you know, do a job in Vegas and she didn't invite you and, you know, you were the 12th person. These are good reasons. I like these better. We should go with them. Or does grow next? Number 5 now, you don't forgive? Uh-oh. Petty? Uh-uh. One mess up and they're already kicked off the island, huh? It's unfortunate for them. Maybe I don't shrink it. Only one friend left now. You're petty. You don't forgive. But also understanding. Huh. I see. Never girlfriend because we do the same thing. My girlfriend for 7 years. Petty, which take everything. Fair. My secret is if I just don't go outside, I don't have to worry about it. Imagine unironically going outside. That's weird. Who does that? I don't do that. It's bizarre. Maybe I just add it instead. Just do it this way. Maybe the explosion's just too small because it's not showing. If she said she didn't want me there because maybe something I wouldn't have liked was happening, then sure. Cool with it. You're saying you're not invited? Felicia. Hopefully her name's Felicia, by the way. Because, you know, if her name's not Felicia, then I'm sad. Like, imagine if your name was Felicia, how many people would tell you goodbye all the time? It'd be wild. That's unfortunate. I was very excited when I thought her name was Felicia. Also had the microphone off, but you know. It's beside the point. I'm apparently too tired to understand what's going on here. I should do spawn and destroy mushroom instead, right? Is that not... But in your life, I see. Merge these two together here. I sketch only multi-millions in the cats. Multi-millions are his castle or a cat. If I am alone. Well, you should start by getting a cat. An Irish cat. That you can sell for millions of dollars. Not sure how you end up with all three by doing that, but I guess you could sell the cat there and then, you know, organize an 11-person heist in order to get it back. Then you could have them all. I don't know if there's cats worth millions of dollars. It might be. Try to do one-time dating. Doesn't it work? You stay with me? Oh. See, 1/4 of the way there. Gotta look at the positive side of things for certain. Yes, 1/4 of the way there. Yes, yes, quite right. 1/4 of the way. My brain is still not working right now. Should have already headed off to sleep. I did not, though. Mistakes were made. Guess I don't need this here. Why aren't you exploding? I guess I could put print strings in and find out why you're not exploding. It just runs Bro, it doesn't run anything else. It runs Time Till Destroyed. I'm gonna look at this one later. For some reason the code no longer makes sense to me. Probably because I've been up for way too long. I'm not doing judgment right now because I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that yet. Where are you even at on this list? You think your payment's found the spot? Drift away, someone's confused. Stay serious, take a look at that. Oh, well. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Sad that your day is going terrible, but you know. Hopefully sleep will make it a little bit better. And don't forget, you know, getting the friends together so you can get the right hit and knock that tooth out. I'm just saying. In a pinch. I'm not sure it's better than a barber, but maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty much about to head off myself at this point. I have to meet someone for work in less than 7 hours. Yes, it can always be worse. You could have 2 teeth with problems. You could have 0 friends because you sent them both away. You could have a castle that's not in Ireland, so then you can't even fulfill your dream because the castle's some lame place. Like England or something. Be like, such a first world problem. My castle's in the wrong country. Actually, I can think of a couple countries I don't think I'd want a castle in, even if it was free. Too afraid to try to get to the castle. And even if I got there, I wouldn't want to stay. I don't know, if someone gave me a castle in Syria or something, I probably would say no. Like, I ain't going to Syria. Can't make me. Probably be a giant sandcastle. Alright. I think I'm gonna call it. Probably stream tomorrow night or something, but I no longer even recognize what the code is doing. It's just staring at it. Ain't nothing getting done. Nothing at all. Yeah. I will wave goodbye to people on YouTube and Kick, and I guess right out with people on Twitch. So bye bye people on YouTube and Kick. See you tomorrow. Yes. Yes.